This is Jason Anderson, Chairman of the Killingly Town Council, and we are calling this public hearing to order. It is currently 7:04 p.m. At this time, public hearing is on item 14A. 14A is consideration and action on a proposed ordinance to authorize the conveyance of an access and utility easement to CPD Killingly LLC at 580 Hartford Pike. At this time, I will entertain a motion to set time for comments.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to limit comments to 5 minutes apiece to give everyone a fair chance to get up to the microphone if they wish.
I'll second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Catula, seconded by Mr. Wood. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. I will also entertain a motion to allow the developer to suspend rules to allow the developer to respond to questions that come up during public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Excuse me, during the public hearing. Motion has been made by Ms. Wakefield, seconded by Ms. George. Discussion? Mr. Grandelski.
We'll have the public will have a dancer with the developer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to clarify that.
Yes. My thought process on this is I have seen so much misinformation out there about this project. I would rather, if people have questions, let them get the accurate answers. And I figure this gives us the opportunity to do that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. At this point, anyone who would like to speak to this item, please come up to the podium, state your name and address.
You want to speak?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
For the record, my name is Kevin Soley with Soley Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the developer. I was wondering if I may just have a few minutes to just make a very brief statement to try to clear up some misconceptions prior to public comment. It may help, it may provide some additional information to some of the residents, concerned residents here, and may make sure that we're all going forward with the same understanding of the project scope.
Absolutely. That may answer a lot of questions people have and may cut down on the amount of questions we have and the length of the meeting, so that would be great.
Okay. Thank you. So again, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering. Here on behalf of the developer. We've been working on this project for quite some time. I just kind of wanted to quickly clear up some misconceptions. I know there's been a lot of concerns regarding what's being proposed here this evening or what's being considered by the council. I just wanted to clear up a few things first. First, we are not proposing to sell, or we're not proposing that the town sell or convey any land in fee from the park, from Owen Bell Park to the developer. We are simply requesting that the town consider granting an access easement, which would allow us to essentially access the side road and the traffic signal through the existing park driveway, and then to construct an additional driveway connecting that existing driveway to our proposed commercial site. We aren't proposing any activity within the parking lot of the park. We aren't proposing to disrupt any of the park operations. We're simply proposing to create a driveway which would give access to the traffic signal. And actually, as part of that, we would take over all maintenance responsibilities and repair associated with that in perpetuity, snow removal, et cetera. There have been a lot of concerns regarding pedestrian access. We've been working with the Parks Department, or Parks and Rec Department, for several months. We've been in front of Planning and Zoning, and we are proposing significant pedestrian access ways, sidewalks, to provide that pedestrian connectivity. It's something that we were very focused on from the beginning of this design, and we've agreed to provide traffic control signs, stop signs, and crosswalks, painted walks, signage to ensure that we aren't creating any unsafe environment for any patrons of the park or those visiting who may visit the proposed facility. There's been concerns about heavy truck traffic and tractor trailers coming through this driveway repeatedly and consistently. I'll say that there is no expectation that there would be heavy truck traffic. This proposed development, and I'm actually happy to announce tonight, some of the proposed tenants that are proposed to be as part of this facility. We believe that it's a very strong tenant roster. As part of that, we would be proposing to bring in a Starbucks, a Five Guys, a Jersey Mike's, a Go Health Urgent Care, and an Aspen Dental. So we aren't proposing to simply to create some additional vacant space which may be leased out to, potential future tenants. We actually have a very strong commitment from these tenants who we believe will be a great addition to the community. So with that, there is not heavy tractor trailer traffic. It may be 2 to 3 trucks a day. However, those deliveries happen at off hours, and the only real need for that access easement is during those peak periods when there's a lot of traffic on the main road where we want to provide access to that traffic signal for vehicles to be able to turn left. The highest likelihood is that any of those deliveries would take place at off hours, and the project does include 2 driveways onto the main road, which will be utilized during, less intense traffic periods, things like that. Our project does include review by the Department of Transportation, so we've already submitted to them. They're reviewing the project, and they will also ensure that what we're proposing doesn't have any adverse impacts from a traffic standpoint. We have a collection of properties here which are somewhat in disrepair. We believe what we've proposed is a very attractive building, and with extensive landscaping, which we believe will be a great addition to the community. In addition to that, our client has agreed to install not only extensive landscape buffers to protect the surrounding properties, but also a vinyl screen fence as well to ensure we don't have any adverse impact to any of the surrounding communities. We believe this is in conformance with the zoning regs, the Plan of Conservation and Development. This is an economic development opportunity we think is a great opportunity for the community. With that, I think there's been a lot of misinformation out there. I hope those brief remarks will help give some of the residents here a better understanding of what we're proposing. And as you indicated, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the public may have as part of this process. And I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. One thing you didn't touch on, and I was kind of hoping you would bring up, currently the town does have drainage from Owen Bell Park that runs through that parcel. And the town does not have an easement on that.
That's
part of this, the developer is going to be granting a utility easement for the drainage to the town, and you weren't looking for any monetary reimbursement for that.
That is correct. Yes, as part of the proposal, there is drainage which runs from Owen Bell Park through these properties out to the main road that currently isn't protected under an easement. We are proposing to establish and grant an easement to the town at no cost, to ensure that those drainage rights can continue in perpetuity.
And my understanding is the area of that drainage easement would be almost 50% of what the access easement that is proposed for the driveway.
That is correct. Yeah, from an area standpoint, it's roughly that relationship.
Thank you. At this time, anyone who would like to speak, please state your name and address.
Is there something I need to do? No, you're fine. Okay, all right.
Jonathan needed to.
Okay, thank you. John LaBelle, 57 Island Road, Dayville, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this time. If I have, let me ask a format question before my 5 minutes starts. If there are questions that the developer wants to answer, is it during my presentation or after it?
I'm not going to count the developer's responses towards whoever's at the podium's 5 minutes.
Okay.
I've got a stopwatch. I will stop when the developer starts answering a question. When he finishes a question, if whoever's at the podium wants to continue, I will restart the stopwatch. So his responses won't be taking away from whoever's speaking's 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
My first question is, you mentioned that you're enhancing the pedestrian walkways. Could you illustrate that, please, on the prompter that you have there?
So as you can see towards the rear of the site, we have sidewalks proposed along the entire access drive, going from the rear of our property down along our access driveway and then towards the existing walk at Owen Bell Park. We also have a second means of sidewalk that actually goes directly to the kind of the start of the park near the skate park. So you can see those are lighter gray sidewalk areas shown adjacent to that driveway and then to the park itself.
So to further illustrate his reply, I'm going to pass these out to people, if you might pass those around. It illustrates where the pedestrian and vehicular circulation is on the site. There are a number of state statutes that apply to this site. State Statute 4A-57, CGS 7-148V, 4B-21, Chapter 90. We need to add compliance with the integrity of the design of the project design with the historic district as described. As now I'm reading from the plan of development, which has certain requirements of the municipality. And as projects are undertaken in the municipality. Design of the project design, historic district. Now I'm confused as to whether this is in the historic district or whether historic district issues apply, but at one of the meetings there was a comment made that there was a building that was torn down, and because it was torn down, it no longer was in the historic district, and therefore a plaque would be put up in its place. I'm confused as to whether that's acceptable with the National Historic of Public Places. Town Charter, page 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 17, and 18 has language that this project should be addressed as part of the issues of compliance. On the sale of the convenience of the utility easement, noteworthy is that on the drawings, it shows that we are providing an easement for a town road to a developer in perpetuity. And I don't see a recognized language that deals with disputes, and settlement, and potential returning the easement back to the community should a failure of performance by the developer take place. I don't recognize that language in the agreement. Concern safety issues with vehicles and pedestrian access to Bell Park with crosswalk and development buildings. Vehicles are at 2 locations, so at least 2 locations. The crosswalk goes across vehicular access. Now the drawing shows backup of 12 vehicles at the drive-up, which I don't know what the metric is to measure that. But from what I understand, the DOT has not weighed in on any of this at this time. And there's no indication on the plans as to truck deliveries, access and turnaround, space requirements and impact of automobile conflicts. A lack of traffic study, including pedestrian and vehicle.
You have 1 minute left.
I hate it when my pacemaker doctor says that. We need to validate the value of the easement at $3,900. I've called the assessor's office. and I'm still waiting for a reply as to the metric that was applied to that. Thank you very much, and everybody have a good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Calore, could you speak to two things, please? One regarding the historic district, whether this is historic property or not. I know there was some confusion. My understanding was the house that was there was historic, but the parcel was not.
Correct. So the house was the house that, on the third property, the property that is, if you're looking at the map right here, the property that is located the farthest left, that third parcel, the house had been a historic house, but when they had a fire and it burned down, it was removed many, many years ago. Once that was removed, that historic designation ceased to exist. So it is not part of the historic district. None of the parcels are part of the historic district and therefore aren't under that, under those requirements.
And could you speak to how the town assesses the easement?
Sure, so the calculation of the easement, the assessor, this is the same calculation that's been used for calculating the value of all of the easements that come before the town council for any drainage easements or the easement that we did prior with regards to the utility easement for KHS for the Eversource easement. We calculate the square footage of the total easement, translate that into acreage, and we use the excess acreage value of land that is averaged across the town. So that's how the excess acreage value that is utilized, and that's the standard calculation that is used all across for the calculation of the value of the easements. And that's developed, and that is calculated through our assessor's office.
Thank you.
In Palmer Street, but my husband and daughters still live on Town Farm Road. There's 3 residences there, people that live there. I don't think any of you even thought about them. With all due respect, Kevin, that intersection is already a huge problem, okay? I have no problem with progression. I came from a big city. I'm good with all that. But this is not the place for this development. You have a park. You have kids that are constantly on scooters, skateboards, bicycles, crossing that. When I pull on, I go onto Town Farm Road quite a bit, and I'm usually taking the left onto there. Every single time that green arrow comes, the people on the other side think that they can go. I can't tell you how many times people have almost gotten hit. Once you get onto Town Farm Road, there is a stop sign for people leaving the bank. Apparently they don't know it's there, or they just assume because it's such a small little road that nobody will be coming. I have to stop every single time because if there's someone at that stop sign, they are not stopped. They just continue on. That intersection is a flipping nightmare. It has been since day one. And you want to bring more traffic there? That's insane. It might work on paper, but it does not translate to real life. It's crazy. When you live on Town Farm Road, if there's a game, if it's been a beautiful day out and everybody's at the park, which is wonderful, you can't even get out of your driveway sometimes when you live on that road because, forget fireworks, because there's a line of cars that go all the way down to where the ice cream stand is waiting to get out. You can't even leave your own home unless you own a Jeep. And so sometimes we've actually driven up through our backyard and over into the medical building just to leave the house. There is no way that then you can provide an easement or to redirect traffic onto that already congested road. It's just, it doesn't make sense. And maybe none of you have ever realized it because you don't live over there. But that's how it is when you live in that area. And you're there all the time. It's just a nightmare. People don't respect the traffic signals. They don't respect the stop signs. They just go, and nobody pays attention anymore when they're driving. So they assume, oh, the other lane's taking left, I can just go. No, I always go like this. Not you, me. I hold my hand up in the car. And it happens, it's not once in a while. It's like probably 8 times out of 10, the other side is just like zoning out and things that they can go. And I just can't see how this is going to fit into that. It's already a huge problem area. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robin Lofquist. I live at 25 La Fantasy Road in Danielson. According to the Connecticut Repository of Crash Information, that in the last 3 years there have been 399 traffic accidents that were reported in that stretch of road. I have the same concerns as the previous speaker in terms of the congestion and the traffic and obviously the safety for the kids and the people using the park. The representative of the development is assuring us that the traffic won't be that bad because they're going to have 2 other driveways, which he doesn't have permission for yet. And if that's true, then won't the Starbucks and the Jersey Mike's and the Five Guys all go out of business because there's no traffic back there? My point is that obviously there's going to be a lot of traffic. They hope there's a lot of traffic. It makes sense that there would be a lot of traffic. And for us to count on it not materializing just seems crazy to me. The last thing I wanted to say is that thinking about the large community-wide events that take place, the fireworks, the Little League games, all the things that bring the whole town together, and to have traffic moving straight through the parking lot during those mad seasons, it's nuts. There's going to be people trying to go to Five Guys and people trying to get coffee and people trying to leave, and you'd have to have police officers out there directing traffic 90% of the time, if, as far as I'm concerned, if this goes through.
Thank you.
I just wanted to offer a quick response to that. So as part of our presentation, or our submission materials to planning and zoning, we did do a comprehensive traffic impact study. We actually analyzed 7 intersections throughout the corridor, going from Upper Maple Street to the west, all the way to Putnam Pike to the east, including the ramps. I think the data actually for the past 3 years, there was only 113 accidents over that period of time in that entire stretch, and that's based, and that information was included in our report, and obviously that does get reviewed by the DOT. And of those, primarily when we look at safety analysis, we look for geometric deficiencies which may be contributing to that. The instance here is their side stripes, their driver's not paying attention. I think the previous commenter mentioned that people are running red lights. I mean, that's not something that can really be designed around. We obviously have to try to take that into consideration. But I just wanted to clarify that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Donna Brownwell from 699 Bailey Hill Road up in East Killingley. I've been a resident of Killingley for 40 years and I've been very active on various town things, especially on the Conservation Commission for over 20 years. I object to this proposal. I spoke to people about this and their response was like, why? Why would we even consider doing that? I believe there's no need. The developer has 2 entrance and exits on Route 101. I see no need for this back road. It's dangerous for all our park families. That's a great park. We have lots of families and kids and scooters and all that stuff crossing that area. I don't believe we should give a for-profit business crossing on our premier town park entrance. I was interested that the publicity said 580 Hartford Pike was stated. Now, if somebody didn't know about this, obviously the word got out, and I love this. I love this. This is so cool, because usually I come to the town council meetings and there's nobody else here. So the word did get out, but the whole idea that it was 580 Hartford Pike, I'm sure that's true, and that was legal, because Mary wouldn't have put it in there if it wasn't legal. But it's kind of misleading. Do people know when the town got that property? 1845. been around for 175 years, that has belonged to us. And I don't believe we should be giving away part of it, even for $3,700 or whatever that is. That's crazy. I'm rather surprised, actually, that the Recreation Commission and the director did not object to this when it was presented to them. I've talked to 2 other people on the Rec Commission since then, and there have been second thoughts. And I don't know, maybe they're here tonight. I've attended the P&Z meeting a couple weeks ago where this was presented also. And now the town council, these folks here that we've elected, they do have the authority to approve this or deny it. After that event, then it goes back to planning and zoning, and people are here, go to planning and zoning, get your voice heard, because we need people on all these commissions, number one, and even if you're not on a commission, go and make your wishes known. That's our right and our responsibility. And I really applaud everybody who's getting up to speak. I never used to feel comfortable either. The first time I stumbled over the chairs and everything, I felt like it's kind of silly. But that was a number of years ago, and you sort of get over it. So it is our right and our responsibility as citizens of the town to make our voice heard. And also elections are coming up, remember? So, whatever. Okay, thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
There we go. I am Brandon Goodrow, live at 242 State Avenue. That's for official purposes. I won't be talking about the merits of the project itself. I'm going to be talking about something a little bit different, because everyone else in here is going to make better points than I ever could. So, Mr. Engineer, you can take a break for a second here. I'll start with a couple of simple statements, things that I think we should all agree to. Towns and communities are not spreadsheets. We are more than the sum of our parts, and development for its own sake is not always necessarily a virtue. This is not to say all development's bad or even that affordable housing should be avoided. Quite contrary, I think that things like the Commons, the Mill Apartments, things like that, those are strokes of genius. So something like this, redeveloping brownfields possibly, that's awesome. Let's do that. But not this. There's still an issue at play. This episode speaks not just to the merits of this or that project, especially this one, of course, but to a problem increasingly pervading our community in general, and other ones, in all fairness. I want everyone here to take a spin through a town like Pomfret, Woodstock, Canterbury, maybe you get the general idea. And don't just passively drive through there. Really take a look at how things are laid out, the aesthetic of the whole thing. They're beautiful. It's like out of a postcard, really. And there's no mistake that you're in the Northeast. These towns have development too, obviously. And we also have areas with postcard-esque scenery. But here you have to kind of go out of your way to find it. You got to go to East Killingley, South Killingley, places like that. Most people just come through Danielson or especially Dayville. And those are quickly becoming just forests of concrete and asphalt, with developments through the year practically starting to stack on top of each other. While other towns better maintain their beautiful heritage. In our mad dash for more new development and tax base, some of us have lost sight of our fundamental character as a community in an area. That centuries-long heritage which has long distinguished us from other regions. The fact that this project was even seriously considered to that effect reveals, at least to me, a growing lack of communication between officials, all the official channels, and residents, and therefore a need for more popular participation. I am grateful for all the opposition to this project, of course. That's why I'm leaving the heavy lifting of the details to everyone else. But we now have to learn from this and change our course of action, lest we risk losing ourselves more. I have a suggestion for a first step. I cannot and will not speak to the character of the current holder of the office herself, but the concept itself of a town manager as a de facto community executive, unelected and only accountable to a small handful of people, I believe is a flawed one. Certainly, there's a place for something like a town CFO, but the greater point is that our executive functions need a makeover. I think we need an individual who almost comes to personify it. Who almost comes to personify our community and who holds power through popular election. A face, in other words, who is answerable to their fellow residents and who speaks to the popular will, not technocratic impulse. The closest individual to this description at this moment is, right now, you, Mr. Council Chair. And apologies, Mr. Anderson, you're doing a great job, but you're no Barney Sinet. You're not a public face. That's not really the chair's function. It's my hope that this incident will cause people to consider this notion at the time of charter revision, whenever that is. And you can fill out the details there, and then put it to a referendum, as is our right. To put it succinctly in closing, what I'm saying this whole thing tells me, this whole incident, is that we need a mayor. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Wendy Fusco. I live at 605 Bailey Hill Road, and I don't think the easement is necessary. I've been looking at the drawing. Thank you, it was very nicely done. And there's going to be so many cars and perhaps the delivery, diesel mostly, but maybe not always diesel, going through that easement, which is very close to the park and the parking lot. A lot of fumes, a lot of exhaust. Whereas I have a proposal myself, which is the two, I'm going to probably say it wrong, but the two ways to go in and out directly from the Hartford Pike Route 101, make them wider. Take out 2 or 3 parking spaces on both of those sides so that easily the delivery trucks can go in and out. You said, I believe, the developer, that pretty much most of the time the delivery trucks are going to come off hours. There's no reason for an easement then. We have enough going in and out with those two on Route 101. And that will help. Yes, there's going to always be carbon monoxide coming out, but at least it will be further from the park, and where kids talk and where they do the skate park is not super far from there. You get winds that maybe blow there. They're going to be having those fumes. And a lot of those kids, I would walk my dog close to Daly, and I'd see kids there, and I'd play tennis there, and I'd play pickleball there. Hours. They'll stay for hours if they're let. They will be breathing in the fumes all the time. We're really thinking about that. So that was one piece that hasn't been brought up yet. Also, I think that, again, it's the drawing only, so maybe you already have addressed this, but there seems to be too narrow an entrance and exit out of the park directly to go to Town Farm Road. That needs to be widened. It looks like it got really cut down to tiny, where maybe one car can go in or one car can come out. And that will be a fiasco when you have major town activities. So that really needs to be addressed as well. And I know there are other things. I agreed with some of the people saying things. I'm not against businesses coming in. My husband used to own the Danderson bookstore and started it. So I'm all for that if we do it safely and wisely. And really, why would we need an easement when people can go in and out from the others if they widen the entrances? You can have two lanes going in, maybe one coming out, so there won't be a problem with accidents going onto 101. But that, to me, seems like there'd be more of a flow, and that would take care of what the whole easement point was about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have 2 things. Ms. Colorio, when we have events at Owen Bell Park, we usually have police there controlling traffic, correct?
We generally do, and our larger scale events, as many people know, we usually close the upper parking lots, and so part of this plan would be to also include the closure of the ability to still close those parking lots as well. But we generally do have law enforcement for assistance on traffic control through those large scale events.
Thank you. And this is for the developer. My understanding was, if you look at the picture, where the exit is coming out on the western side, so to the left where it comes out to 101, my understanding was that was an exit only to travel westbound, and that was due to sight lines right there on 101?
That is a right-out only driveway, an exit-only driveway direction to the right. Primarily just from a layout standpoint, we believe if you're going to be turning right out of you're going to want to take that channelized right turn lane to leave. And just to comment really quickly on some of the commentaries, our driveway is a full 24-foot wide through the park. It does provide access in both directions. It's consistent with the existing driveway width for Owen Bell Park. And included in our engineering report, we actually had truck turning movements which show that trucks can enter and exit the site from Route 101. So again, we aren't anticipating that trucks would be utilizing that driveway. We don't believe it poses any, risk for fumes or anything like that to those at the park. I'd say a lot of the buses that go there probably generate more emissions than anything we would be looking at. So,
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charles Ferlin. I live at 86 Knox Avenue in Danielson. And first, this is quite a quote that talks about committed citizens can change the world. And I think that's what we're talking about here tonight. First, have you been, if the engineer could, has he supplied the council with a traffic survey for this easement?
We did provide a traffic impact study as part of the planning and zoning submission process that was reviewed by Public Works and the town engineer, and it is being reviewed by the DOT as well.
Do you know if the council has it? If the council could say if they had it or not?
No.
Because how many cars are we talking about on a daily basis traversing this right-of-way out of the shopping center and coming from the east off of the main highway 395? Do you have a count for that?
So what we look at is peak hour trips.
Okay, what is the peak hour count?
Sure. So the peak hour trips that would be utilizing that driveway through the park would be 30 trips in the morning, 25 trips in the evening, and 50 trips on a Saturday, and that's total trips. So that's less than one, just to put that in perspective, that's in and out.
Okay.
So in the morning and the afternoon, that's less than one car every 2 minutes.
You're gonna lock me in my house.
Okay. All right. First, just so, I got a little question on that, but the other question is, if we're talking about such little traffic, there probably is not a need for this easement. If we were talking about traffic like it's going into the shopping center, that amount of traffic, and it's a lot more than 25 cars at peak hour going in and during that period. I think that your study is flawed, but not being a traffic engineer, though I like to play one, I'm not sure. Now, my second question is, we all know that the easement increases the value of the property. That is, it makes it much more commercially viable because cars can come and go, increase the availability of people visiting this new restaurants and medical centers. And did you get a professional appraiser to come out and actually value? We're not talking about the bare land. We're talking about the enhanced value that you're granting to the property owner through this easement, because I personally believe we're talking about anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000 that would be a fair commercial price for this easement. And I really believe that if you don't have a professional appraisal on this, you should table this and get a professional appraiser to come up with the value of the easement. Now, lastly is, I have no problem with this project. I may disagree with the restaurants. There could have been better restaurants there. but that's okay. But I have no problem with it. I'm a firm believer in individual and property rights. And so that as much as I like my neighbors, I don't want them to butt too much into on my property. And so that these are important questions. I don't think you have the information to make a proper decision. I know the price was chosen because you could cut the voters out of it. Because I don't think you believe, because you're not, you, even at the price that you have, you could bring it up to a town vote. And I personally believe that you are afraid of the public. I've always found, whether they've elected me or defeated me, that the voters are usually correct. And so that's the case.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, and then the last thing has nothing to do with this, but most major towns, not cities, but major towns like Killingly, have a council town manager form of government. We're very lucky that since Owen Bell was the first town manager, we've become the industrial and the financial and the commercial powerhouse of the Northeast, and it's because of professional management. And I'd hate to find out that you spend $100,000 for a mayor and then $175,000 for an advisor. So anyway, I think that you should table this, get the proper number. If you believe then, if it's higher than that $5,000,
Sir, your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to speak to one thing. As Ms. Colorio had said, the town valued this easement the same way they valued every other easement. We had an easement that came before the council recently for Eversource regarding the gas line that goes to KHS. That was valued the same way. If you want to start looking at what the value would be to the business for having the easement, the town can also look at it. What is the value for getting the easement for our drainage for Owen Bell Park? Which, if you look at what it would cost to move that drainage, if we weren't granted the easement and whoever owned it asked us to move that drainage, we're over $500,000 to move that drainage, minimum. So if you're really going to start looking into, how much is it worth to the developer to have that easement? We also have to look at it from our side. How much is it worth it to the town to have that drainage easement?
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Albert Weiss, Dayville, Connecticut, East Killingly, Connecticut, and other parts, of the country and the world. Okay, my family has been here the best part of 100 years. Okay, we moved in from New York City and we fell in love with Killingly. My father was a New York cop. He shipped us off to Marianapolis. When we went to Marianapolis, my brothers and I, he fell in love with the area, coming to visit, plus he was retiring from the police department in the city of New York. My mother was an Army nurse. They were both veterans of World War II. I was born in 1949. I came into town and we lived initially on Broad Street, where Access Agency has now taken that building and made it into a commercial location. And the Historic Commission, which has been spotty, and my getting involved with it, I was one of the people that wanted it to preserve the architecture in the area, because we had some beautiful pieces of property and they deserved attention, and they were falling apart. So we bought what was a sales house. My father moved us into that after we moved off of Broad Street, and that became our family home. As soon as I possibly could, as properties became available in that area, I bought them and I restored them with my brothers and my sister to bring them to where they are today. Still need a lot of work. But the day house, okay, there was actually a latrine in there, and there were like 20 people living in the building. Okay, so what happens is we went through planning and zoning, turning upstairs into two apartments, reduced the pressure on the school system so that people could go to work and not necessarily load up the school system where, you know, it costs us an awful lot of money to educate kids. And the town has got a good school system, and it's geographically positioned in such a fashion where it's hard to do anything wrong. This is wrong. And I tell you why it's wrong. There was a car broken down there yesterday, and they pulled into where that drainage ditch is. He had a flat tire, almost got rear-ended by a tractor trailer coming down the highway 101, which is now a major vehicle to get to Providence, Rhode Island, not Route 6 anymore, okay? So what happens is the traffic on that road is so significant, it's unbelievable at times. And in fact, we are taking on a significant liability. There's no need for this project, okay? They're speculating, and they bought the lots, and I can tell you right now, I own all the property around it. And I can tell you something right now. Yeah, I've had to put these up, no trespassing, posted. Okay, I go over into the park, and the kids are on the area where you're using the skateboards, and they're smoking dope. Okay, they're over there now because marijuana's legal. So now what's happened is it's become a place where people go to spend a little time maybe doing some surfing or whatever they're doing, but also to smoke dope and maybe buy a little dope. Okay, so this is something that's going to involve attention. I started restoring these buildings now 30 years ago. And what happens is I've left. I also built a couple new houses on Pond Road up in East Killenly on the Rhode Island border.
Al,
And
you have 1 minute?
what-
You have 1 minute.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is, they tore down these signs. They burned our carriage house that I restored with my brothers, okay? It was post and beam, and we brought that building back from ruin, and there was an ice house there, and somebody came along and burned it after my father died, okay? And this was like losing a piece of my heart. Plus, I had cars in there. I used to fool around with antique cars. All the cars had no place to go. I put them in the yard, and they smashed the windows out of them. So what's happening is you already got problems in that area that should be addressed. And in fact, at one point, and I remember distinctly, there was a flood in the pond, and they had no way of getting rid of the water. So what they did is they came down the property line and shot it across the street to a building that I owned, the Blanchard House, okay? And they pumped it into the Connecticut River. But this is where glass containers used to get rid of everything. The Connecticut River through a tributary. I worked at glass containers for $2 an hour, okay? When we first moved up here, everybody had to work, and we worked. And what I did is I learned not only that, $2 an hour, Anchor Glass had a hell of a deal. But eventually, they ended up leaving. It was Knox Glass, then it went to Anchor Glass, and the property was contaminated when they left.
Al, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay, I'd like to continue if I might, okay? Okay, wait a second. So basically what happened
If
is,
someone else is willing to give you their 5 minutes, we can allow for that.
anybody? Okay, thank you. Okay, what happened was when Anchor Glass left, that property was contaminated. I worked with people in the town to get that material removed and sent to Massachusetts, where they took the oily soil and ran it through an asphalt plant and sent it out as, asphalt. Okay, Massachusetts had made that law to get rid of contaminated soil, you see? So what I'm saying is, okay, I haven't lost my steam yet, okay? I'm over there right now, 1618 Pleasant Street. My son-in-law bought it. I'm buying it from him. We're going to turn around. That building has been partially restored, and it's a good structure. That was originally where they used to do surgery for people during the Civil War. I mean, before Day Kimball Hospital and the rest of the stuff was up, There were, Dr. Darling was the town physician. You had John Day, who's the builder of the whole town. And now take a look at what happened.
We're talking about the park, right? The
Okay.
access, the park?
Yeah, but what I'm saying right now,
What are we, with all due respect, sir. All right,
We're
I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna
What-
ask
what I'm
those in the
saying-
audience to refrain from speaking until you're
okay,
at the
what I'm
podium.
saying is, first of all, a lot of effort's been put into that area by individuals. Furthermore, across the street at Old Bell Plaza, it's empty. It's empty. There's no need for this type of project on that strip. Ceruzzi came in from New York City, and he took over that Anchor Glass property and cleaned it up. And we had a shopping center. You got 99 Restaurant. Okay, there's room over there for expansion if they want to turn around and expand. They can do something over there. Furthermore, you got a filled-in piece of property down by Access Agency, I believe it is, across from the post office. That'd be a perfect place for these guys to operate and go down and take that property and do something with it, okay? If they were really speculating that there's gonna be that much of a demand for coffees. Furthermore, there's no way they're gonna be able to get rid of the garbage. Right now, there's a real big problem getting rid of garbage. You got to put dumpsters there, okay? I've got a dumpster for all of my tenants because there's no way of getting rid of the trash. You can put the bins out on the highway. That's a state highway. There's only a sidewalk on one side of the street. They're going through there at 60, 70 miles an hour, some of these guys in trucks and all. It's not being supervised, but neither does it maybe have to be. They're going so fast, they're passing through the town, and they're doing it for mostly uneventful. 2 days ago, there was somebody that got a flat tire at the light.
All right, your time is up.
They pulled over, and I let them turn around and block my driveway. The other thing, just doing their preliminary studies. Hold on.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, you're
Yep.
giving him extra time. We've gotta be fair to everybody.
I already informed him that his time is up. Sir, we're gonna have to ask you to allow the next person to speak.
All I know is I'm covering up my taxes. I think the last time I looked at property taxes, I'm paying about $40,000 a year on the various properties that we own. Okay? And I appreciate the town, and thanks for giving me a little bit of time.
Thank you.
This is a serious situation.
Hi, how's it going? Nick Weiss. Al's my father. 514 Hartford Pike. I've got about 55 signatures we compiled that's opposing the easement. It took me about 2 hours walking through the park. A lot of people don't want to see the increase of traffic. We're using the main park entrance there for an at-profit business. I don't think it's a great idea. It's not going to be good for the kids trying to get across. Yeah, essentially, you know, we're doing this for a private enterprise, developers from Hartford, West Hartford. Nobody's really affiliated to the area. Any increase in the traffic flow is detrimental in my opinion, so I oppose.
Thank you. I'd like to see him. Thank you.
Frank Alleman, 30 Sawmill Road in Dayville. I come to the park with my grandkids, so I have some interesting questions. And very small, quick questions. On Saturday, there was a big event at the park. There was a cop standing who closed the road, and no cars could get in except for those people who were exhibiting. Are you going to do the same thing for the road once this is open and stop all the access to hamburgers? Just a question. What are you going to do about that?
So we do have the ability to gate off the parking lot areas. This has gone before the Board of Recreation, we did talk through how the impact would be to special events, or if there would be any impact to special events, but we do have the ability to still gate off that area during those special events. We've discussed that with the developer, and they're aware of those, high peak, those few times through the year that we have those special events.
When you will prevent all cars going to the developer
During that, in that rear
Yes.
access portion,
at that time,
during the peak time, yes.
which was all a good part of 3 or 4 hours on Saturday.
Depending on the event, yes. Like 4th of July is longer.
And this coming up are events dealing with fireworks and everything.
Right, 4th of July is our main event that occurs
And
there.
you'll close it off totally to the shopping area.
So the 4th of July one, we close only the upper parking lot. We don't close the lower parking lot. The lower parking lot, we have traffic control. We don't close lower down at Town Farm Road completely. We use the lower parking lot as handicap parking lot, so we will still be able to perform that function. We actually have gates now that will be installed at the upper parking lot and at that little lower parking lot to be able to better control that traffic access.
Okay. I notice at the moment there are gates that close the park at night. Will that continue, or will this stay open now all night so that anybody can get into the park whenever
They don't close those gates.
Those are gates that are just standing there, not, okay.
They don't get closed, but we do have the ability to close gates up at the parking lot area.
So at the moment, the park is open all night?
Correct. We don't close those gates at the park.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just interested from the developer. I've never fully understood why can you not go in and out from 101?
The project does propose direct access to go in and out from Route 101.
In which case you don't need the other road.
The concern is if a vehicle wants to turn left onto 101, at peak times, the queuing going eastbound creates challenges, which is why we want the appropriate and the safe way to handle those left turn movements is to put them at a signal where they can have proper traffic control.
How does Jewett City control that, who have the same issue?
I'm not familiar with what
Well,
project in
Jewett City is
you're
right
speaking
next
to.
door to where you're gonna build, and you didn't take a look at how Jewett City handled going in and out?
We work on a lot of projects in a lot of communities. We
No,
look at
this
each-
is, Jewett City is right next door, the bank.
He's referring
where
to Jewett
you
City
are.
Savings Bank.
And you did not look at that.
We did look at how that operates.
They do
and
it successfully, apparently.
I think that operator with a single tenant bank facility
Yes.
doesn't have any considerable traffic generation.
Oh, so it's the traffic generation that'll be so large that would prevent it from turning left.
We want to ensure that the project, which complies with the zoning regulations, has
Okay.
adequate and safe means of access and egress.
Okay. And in your traffic survey that you did, which you quoted, did you include traffic of existing people who live there?
We did. We conducted traffic counts over 4-hour periods during the AM, PM, and Saturday peaks, which we figure out to be the highest peak hour over a 3 or 4 hour period. So we did include
Okay.
all existing traffic
All right.
out there, and we analyzed it to understand how the existing operating conditions are, how the background operating conditions would be if this project didn't move forward, and then how our proposed trips could be accommodated on the roadway network.
Okay. I won't comment on the accuracy of yours versus what the public is saying. That's a different issue. They can decide. Just one or two final comments. I do find it interesting that we have empty stores and offices directly opposite where you are building. So you are going to create another possibility of taking away from stores that exist by putting in these 4. It seems to me, in terms of the town, not a very smart thing to do. I really don't. Okay, all right? And so one other thought that I might express is that if you take a look at Killingly's plan of conservation and development, we're supposed to be developing cultural resources plan to develop the cultural and historic resources, open air, open space. We're going against that. You are not, you are decimating, reducing for the sake of 4 stores who may be empty within a year or 2, or take away from other stores opposite us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Dussault, 23 Laurel Drive, Dayville. I want to ask this gentleman, the developer, did you take a traffic on that light that you're talking about? In other words, the east of Tom Farm Road and the other one, the 4-way light?
At Killingly Commons?
Yeah.
Yes, we did include that in our analysis.
What was the percentage of traffic going to Killingly Commons versus Tom Farm Road? Do you know?
Sure, I can tell you. I mean, Town Farm Road is
how many a day average?
Well, we looked at peak hours again, so we looked at those peak hours. 2, 3.
They wouldn't have any peak hours.
Yeah, I think the traffic out of Town Farm Road is 1/3 of what comes in and out of Killingly Commons.
1/3? I'd be surprised if it was that much. You're buying 2 houses that pay $6,000 a year taxes right now. And when you're done with the project, they'll be paying $40,000 to $60,000 a year. That's the way I see it. That's the way it is from the town. If you build a road, can't you put a fence on the side of it so your kids can't get through there?
Well, we want to encourage pedestrian connectivity to the site. We think it's a benefit for
Well,
those
yeah, it
park
is,
goers
yeah.
who may want to go
Yeah.
and grab a sandwich or something else.
And this road has no effect as to you doing the project at all, does it? People think that's going to stop the road, you're not going to be in business.
The access to the signal to accommodate those left turn movements during peak hours is a critical component of the project,
Right,
yes.
and I'm sure the state wants you to use the light, because it's not being fully utilized now from Tom Farm Road. So it's only common sense. What we're doing is we're hurting ourselves, because if we don't get this road, we're going to go left, you're going to go nuts. You're going to have to go right, turn around somewhere, and then come back the other way. That's the way I see it, right? So the state wants you to do this, I would assume. You know, I played basketball there at the basketball court for 40 years, almost 3 or 4 times a week, and I never saw any little kids. The little kids are on the east side of the parking lots, and where the little tiny kids are, and there's no problem with little kids. I don't know. Where's the sidewalk going? It's proposed alongside that road?
Yeah, we're proposing a sidewalk along the north side of that road, closest to the park, to provide that connection to the sidewalk that currently crosses at the traffic signal.
All right, so you're basically putting a sidewalk from Route 101 to the park, which does not exist now, right?
So there is a sidewalk from the intersection of Route 101 that does travel through the southerly lot through the park. We are simply providing additional pedestrian connections and sidewalks from our development along the proposed access road to get access to that existing path.
In the future, the bank, could they get onto this road that you're proposing?
The bank could certainly pursue it. That property owner could certainly come to the
I think
town
it
and
would be
request something
possible.
similar.
Yeah. All right. I just think we're shooting ourselves in the foot by not allowing this. It's going to be 2 or 3 years down the road. People are going to complain. Let's put the road in. So, to me, it's now or never, later, whatever. But never. It doesn't affect the property at all. These guys are spending $20 million They're not gonna stop for
When you live
access
on Tom
road.
Farm Road, it affects the 3 families that live there.
Mr. Chair.
All right, let's, please be respectful to each other's
Well,
comments.
you had a couple families sell out to banks.
No, not on that road, all 3 families.
Again, I'm going to ask everyone who's sitting in the audience
I'm not gonna-
to let the person who's at the podium speak.
It's just that he's trying to make it easier for us to use his property. That's basically what it is. We don't want him to use it, so we're gonna have a hell of a time trying to go left once you get a coffee. That's basically what it's gonna happen. So,
You have 1 minute left.
I'm in the left. I don't know. Those 2 houses, first thing you know, is gonna be the next 2. Then maybe they'll put a light in, but, you know, we can't stop progress. We got the busiest shopping center, even more than Waterford's shopping center. They lost Sears, they lost Macy's. We got a new tenant. We're losing a couple. So we got a new Navy thing, came from Lisbon. Burger King is the #1 Burger King in New England, and it's gonna be stronger with the new addition. 99 is in the top 5 of the 99s. So that's why this guy's coming in here with new projects, because the ones that are here are doing very well. That's basically what it is. And Lisbon shopping centers, they're not doing as good as we are. So that's why he's here. So I don't know. I don't think we should buck him. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Adam Griffiths, 98 Griffiths Road. Just a few things. One, not necessarily in opposition of the project, but I'm in opposition of the easement. I think it's just a poor location for that easement, just based on what most people have said here. Number 2, as you have alluded to earlier, it doesn't meet the dollar amount to have a public vote on it, but I believe that's what requires a public vote. Mary, can the town council set it for a dollar amount that is lower?
So this is in charter. So the charter states that the value, if it's below 5,000, the town council takes action on the item, not special town meeting.
Does it say may or shall?
I'd have to go back and relook at the charter, but I believe it says the town council shall.
Okay, I thought I had read may, and I might be wrong. But I just thought it was the town council's purview. If they didn't like it the town council can set other votes up where public can hear their voice. The other item, if we have those signatures, if they can be entered into public record, even though they are not of a big enough number to do anything, I think it's important. And the last thing I have to say is, in my experience as a town council member, the town manager is the CEO of the town. She or he is supposed to have the vision directed from the town council. So if we do not like the job in which she's doing it, that's because we are not having elected officials that are directing her in the way that we like. And that's not negative towards this council. I'm just saying it's the town council's job to have the vision to share with the town manager, for the town manager to carry out those vision and that idea. We have had in the past the ability to direct in certain ways. And I know, Mary, you are a very strong-willed individual, and you definitely have a say. But it is the town council that is our top elected body, our top elected officials. And it's up to them that we talk to. And we say, this is what we want as a populace. This is what we believe in. This is what we want. This is what we don't want. This is where we want the economic development corridor and things like that, and vision. And vision is very important. And I will agree with Brandon. Vision for this town is one of the most important things that the town council does. And that has to be a united vision that is shared and directed through the town manager. And when that is done and everyone is on board, we move forward in great strides. And we have seen that ability to move Killenly forward, but we have to share the vision. And as we see from time to time, we have populaces that's upset. And maybe that's because the populace and our elected officials are not on the same page at certain times. And that's okay, because they're here to tell you what they think. And that's a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Snake Meadow Road, Danielson, Connecticut.
What's your name?
Nick
Last name?
Mahar. Nick Mahar. This is my first time speaking on any issue in the many places I have called home in my life so far. As I look across the comments made about this development and proposed easement agreement, it stands out to me that the people of the town have little faith in the will of the people in changing any, in creating any sort of change on the decisions made by this council. That said, I would be remiss if I did not try. I moved here almost a year ago from Yonkers, New York, a busy population-dense city, which acts as a suburb for New York City. While New York City is known for its dedicated parks, near me there was almost no green space. Any area that hadn't been developed into buildings was either a private golf course, a busy road, a parking lot for the buildings, or currently getting leveled for new construction. Before my time there, I lived in rural Maine. I've seen both ends of the green to gray spectrum, and my moving out to the last green valley should tell you which of the two I prefer. It's clear to everyone here that the land has already been sold. The development will likely occur whether or not the vote to approve the easement here today passes. The ethicality of adding 5 more empty, or before I came here today, I didn't know if they were already assigned. We'll get to that later. 5 more possibly empty storefronts to an already half-filled storefront area is its own debate. I'm here against the approval of the easement. This unnecessary addition of pavement will only add through traffic to the recreational area's parking lot. This is, of course, ignoring the other blatant disregard for the public's best interest by signing the agreement for a measly $3,500. You would be hard-pressed to find even a 20-year-old vehicle on Facebook Marketplace for $3,500 these days. Even if I wanted it to go through, don't you think that the safety of our kids is worth more than that? Any person with even an ounce of rationale could understand that an increase in through traffic, regardless of how small it is, will cause an increase in danger to those of us and the children who use the park. If we keep with the trend of capitulating to outside corporations, this one being a limited liability corporation based in Delaware, so they can avoid taxes and liability, we'll have to change the sign from Killingly, the last green valley, to Killingly, a slightly less green valley. And another thing, now that I know which stores are actually going to be going in here, I travel a lot for work. I'm all over the country, usually in busier areas, well-developed. They have a lot of strip malls like this. I've also seen this exact setup for a strip mall in Wallingford, Connecticut, when I lived in Meriden. The Starbucks was at the end, as I assume this is going to be the same setup. The ease at which a Starbucks can fill up a drive-through line never ceases to amaze me, no matter where in the country I am. I envision this easement being used as an overfill for the Starbucks drive-through, which is just going to add idling cars all the way backed up, probably well past the parking lot entrance. I'm sure that the timing of how fast the Starbucks barista can take an order and fill it was not put into the traffic models we were provided. Yeah, so I see a lot of these developments all over the place, and I can't tell you how
You have 1 minute left.
how depressing it is to go to another new area of the country and just see the same 5 Starbucks, Jersey Mike's, Chipotle, like the same 5 Applebee's restaurants over and over and over and over again, all over the place. That's like all our country is at this point. So, aside from that, the increased danger for the kids and the increased pavement added to the area is why I am opposed to the development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Chris Reveles, and I live at 14 Town Farm Road in Jim Flood's old house. I gotta say, I'm definitely totally against this. I think I speak for most of us that are in this room. What a turnout. I think I can say for most of us that almost all of us here are against this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but because you're selling this easement for $3,900, the public doesn't get a vote or a say in any of that? Is that accurate? That's an accurate statement?
You do have a say in it. The vote was actually done by the council because of the value of the easement.
All right, and because it's 39, not over 5,000, the council votes and not the public, not the community.
Yes.
This is a democracy. I live in the United States of America, and this is what I'm hearing?
This is per the town charter.
Okay, yep, and the town, I'm baffled that we don't have a say or a vote in this. So this really needs to go to a referendum. Just because your charter says so, that we don't have to, doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It's clear that the majority here doesn't want this to happen. And Killingley residents, if this goes through, please don't forget the vote on the 7th. Thank you.
Kurt Schmidt, 19 Town Farm Road. I have lived on that road my house has been based on that road for 60 years. I should well know enough that these issues that were brought up today are great issues. My problem is the safety, like the gentleman before me, of the kids in this place and putting this easement through where it's going. I did a little mathematics, and I have a question for the Mr. I forget your name, but it doesn't make any difference. The light you were talking about at the beginning of where are you going to put this light, this traffic light?
We aren't proposing any new traffic lights.
I thought you mentioned the light at the beginning of this, your instruction.
We mentioned the existing light at the intersection of Killingley Commons and Town Farm Road.
Oh, you're not proposing a light at the end as people egress that easement back onto Town Farm Road?
No, we are
You're
not.
talking about once they turn onto the Town Farm Road to get back out to 101.
That's correct.
That's going to be the light.
That's correct.
There's only a bank of cars at 101 back to the entrance of that road that accesses the park for 3 cars. Now, we have problems whenever there's soccer, baseball game, softball game. Cul-de-sac at the end of Town Farm Road is packed with cars. I think the fire marshal has been there a few times wondering about the issues that we have. And that's without this easement going through here. So I'm just, and the square footage of the easement road, this is little something, is approximately 15,000 square feet, a third of an acre. One of the properties, and I think Jack mentioned something about they take so much tax money from each one of those properties. The second one over, the one that's in the middle, has less acreage than the damn easement does going through. You got 15,000 square feet compared to 13,000 square feet for this piece of property over there. What I'm getting at is, again, the $3,900 or whatever that is proposed for this easement is so undercut, so undervalued for what we're giving up as part of that park. And it is a gem of a park. The town, you people have put money into this park year after year. The kids love it. Adding traffic to the inside of that park and giving it to a developer just so he can access that road. And I can understand when somebody was mentioning Starbucks, that road is going to back up with people wanting coffees in the morning and so forth, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. The traffic is terrible the way it is. This is only going to increase it. And that's why the people are coming out today. You know, they want you to understand that we are against this. Ms. Calario and gentlemen and ladies in on the council, you've got a lot of people here that are against this whole thing, and it's going to put it to a referendum.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. Don't monopolize this whole thing by saying this section 1008, page 20, where it explains the difference between less than 5,000 and more than 5,000. I think we've been a little scammed by you people by selling it for the 3,900 instead of selling it for the 5,000 where we get a vote on it. I'm done.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Bruno Malouf, and I own, excuse me, a few homes in Dadeville and Killingly, and I'm building a new home in Rogers right now. So I want to say I love this area. I grew up in Woodstock, started my life, my family, my business in Putnam, and expanded quickly into this side of the northeast corner. So, and I think everybody here is here for a very good reason. And I'll keep it brief. I just want to say that oftentimes when it comes to trying new things and trying to make a positive change, that there is risk involved. I thought that America in general was a place where we're not afraid to take risks. I know there's a lot of people sitting here, judging by your hats and your demeanor. Thank you very much for your service, that have taken a huge risk. And I'm not saying we shouldn't weigh the risk. I'm just saying maybe if there's an overall good we can do and we can just spend a lot of time mitigating the risk instead of just shutting something down, we should try to come together and make a win-win. I'm for this. I just heard about this recently. I don't know much about too many specifics besides what I've heard from friends, what I've seen, and what I've heard tonight. But I do have 2 children and a beautiful wife, and we love going to the park. Oftentimes I leave the park hungry. They have a lot of good stuff at that little ice cream shop, but you know, I really love a good burger. Listen, guys, I don't want to argue with anyone. I just want to say if there's a way that we can make a win-win here, I think we should strive for that instead of taking shots at each other. That's all. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Giansanti. I know that we've heard both aspects of things, both business.
What's your address?
Actually, I'm a Plainfield resident, and I'm here for the Killingly people. I've been going to Owen Bell Park now for quite a few years now. Birthday parties, family functions, reunions, basketball. My grandson goes skating, basketball, you name it. We've been there. Just feeding the ducks, the new rah-rahs. It's just a beautiful green park where I feel that my grandson and my children are always safe. What I wrote yesterday is a caution to the Killingly people. With the things that are going on now in the development of this country nationwide, of different businesses that are rising up, one of my main concerns is the traffic. You have 18-wheeler traffic trailer trucks coming in on 395, both in and out. We have children in those parks. And where our children are in those parks, and there's coming and going in traffic, there's a lot of things that could be happening. Another one of my concerns, I know nobody actually wanted to come out and say it, but it's a very scary thing when truck drivers and tractor trailer trucks can come into our town, I should say your town, and near my grandchildren where they're playing and have pretty much full access to our parks. You just got done saying how the gates are never closed at night. We also have an environmental issue here. We're talking about diesel trucks. The animals, the children, that we have to inhale all of this during our playtime, during our family time. I just think that we need to value the diamond that you have in Killingly. This is a diamond. Nobody else has this. I'm always complaining, sorry Plainfield, of the things that we do not have for our children. We're always complaining about how our children are constantly on the video games, or they're always getting into trouble. You can't go fishing here. You can't go fishing there. You can't do this and you can't do that. What are our children supposed to do? Guess what? What I was doing and what I still do is take my grandson to go skateboarding. I take him to go play basketball. Nani, I want to go to the park, that splash park. That is the only safe haven that I feel that you have in Killingly. And it's a beautiful, beautiful landmark. And if that is tainted, I believe that that is something that you will regret. And again, I want to really enforce the safety of our children. This country has come to a place where the safety of our children is very on the low spectrum at this point. Yes, we need to watch those tractor trailer trucks and what's coming in and what's going out.
You
It's
have 1 minute
real.
left.
That is real. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, Kathy LaPre. I live at 28 Highview Drive. All the people before me have mentioned everything, basically what I want to say. I just have one thing to say about safety. I have been an occupational, an OSHA auditor for many, many years. And in the hierarchy of safety, you eliminate the hazard. This is putting a hazard in place. It's not eliminating a hazard.
Christine Rosati Randall, 15 Luzon Ave, Dayville. So I've been an advocate for our children and our community for many, many, many years. In this proposal for an easement, I'm sorry to the developer, when you said it's good for our community, go to Owen Bell on a Saturday when a game is going on and tell me if that still holds true. And if you have young children, bring them with you. Watch the children crossing the intersection on their scooters. even without this development, I worry about those kids. My son is one of the accidents in that report. Thankfully, he's okay. But I just can envision how many more accidents there would be, and God forbid a fatality. I don't want to drive down 101 and see crosses lined on the street in Memorial. So you are elected to represent the community. I'm asking you to take the time to do that. If you aren't fully sure which way to go, table it, give the community more time to weigh in, let them email you, hold an informational forum, hold another hearing. Give the community an opportunity to weigh in on something that's going to have a permanent impact on everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for the time. Kevin Goodrow, Rogers. I'll be real quick. Everyone said what they had to say. I put a little post out there and it kind of took off. I was hoping it would, and it did. So really, I've been a firefighter EMS person for 46 years now in the area. I can't go to Chucky's a lot of times without, picking up a gallon of milk and having an accident happen right there, and I'm running out. I keep a jump kit in my car just for that area. I really do. And so anyway, that's definitely not going to add to the safety, and safety is first. Secondly, the whole easement, the drainage easement, was put through a private property when they did things. That wasn't Fred Flintstone. I mean, they had paper then, and why wasn't there an easement? I know back then nobody would have let somebody dig a 17-foot deep hole through their property without an agreement. So, and they get that drainage goes through several properties, private properties. Willie Davis's mom behind the firehouse in Dayville, and it goes out to the 5 Mile River. So are all these people going to come looking for money from the town because they found out that, something's funny about that easement. As far as trucks going, I was a Pepsi driver back in the day, back in the 80s, and now they do use semis, and they come in and out, and I don't know what off hours are. What are off hours? I'm not too sure on that, because when I did, I was doing like 16 hours a day, and wherever I landed to deliver Pepsi, that's where I landed. So in the beginning of the meeting, you two spewed out the words, misinformation, like we're all misinforming one another. I think the misinformation's coming from right here. And I didn't want to go there with that. I made the post with very much respect, and I always have respect for everyone I speak to. I was raised that way. And I just think this is totally wrong. Owen Bell was town manager from 1942 to 1971. Do the math, that's 29 years. They dedicated that every square inch of that 50 some odd acres to Owen Bell for what he did for this town. You don't change things like that. Not 1 square inch is for sale. Not 1 square inch. And that's not negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you clarify where that easement actually goes through the property?
Which one, the drainage?
Whatever one we're talking about for there we go. For needing an additional easement. So that's in the purple?
Correct.
That's the new easement.
Correct.
No, the red is the new easement, right?
So the red is a proposed access easement over the driveway. The green is a utility easement. And the purple is a drainage easement benefiting the town.
Where does the purple easement going north? Where does that go through the easement that we're providing you?
No, so drainage on the park property enters the subject properties in that location. So we're essentially collecting and then routing that drainage, continuing to route that drainage to the property.
So it does go through the easement that you're asking for?
Correct, but that's
So that
town-owned
should be
property and town
So
drainage.
in my opinion, there's an easement either way for you and for us to go through that easement. So if that is connected through the easement that you're looking for, I know there's a lot of easements in this, but that, in my opinion, that purple area should automatically be a part of that easement because originally it's touching your easement. So why would you need an easement from us? Hopefully that makes sense in my mind. It
So-
does, but
so-
in other words, if you have existing drainage going through the easement, so how could that easement go both ways, and then all of a sudden it leaves that, and then all of a sudden we have to
Mr.
give
Whitehead,
you an easement?
I just want to clarify something. Currently, there is no easement either way. That purple
But
easement
you-
does not
You
exist.
mentioned that it would cost us $500,000 to move that drainage.
Yes.
But if that drainage is going through the easement that
The-
they're requesting, there would be no need for us
No.
to get
No.
an easement from them.
No, they're granting us an easement. They would formalize and grant us that.
But the whole problem with the townspeople is we're getting minimal amount of money for this easement. So the opposite of this was it's gonna cost us $500,000 to move the drainage. That's really not true. It may be true nominally to move it, but in my opinion, if that drainage is a active drainage and it's already going through an easement.
There is no easement there, though.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to go back to the price of the
Mr.
property.
Chair, I'd like a point of order. Where is the existing easement where is the existing drain line from the park to 101?
Comes through here.
That's the existing.
You understand
Yes,
what I'm saying?
we have, the town owns drainage in that purple section, but the town does not have an easement on that property.
Doesn't matter. We've got a 200-year-old easement saking through from 395. It goes through the back of the property over here. We just did a study on it. Nobody knew where it was. Now the town is taking it over, but no one paid for it. We are now paying for it. So by existing, it's there. Too bad. It is there. Deal with it. So what they're doing, they're gonna the easement goes under those buildings, the existing, whatever it is, from what I understand, talking to the town engineer, the existing waterway or whatever is there, whatever kind of crazy pipe, we don't know. There's some language in whatever else here or what they're developing. Nobody knows exactly what that pipe is. They know what it looks like when it goes to 101. They may know what it looks like when they broke it, when they did the sewer line going up to KCS. So there is a pipe through the property. They have to give us an easement. They want to redirect that somewhere so it doesn't go under their building. That is not part of the other. The easement that we're dealing with right here is the reddish area up on the top part.
And my point is, we're negotiating for a piece of land for an easement, but yet part of that negotiation is saying that we have to spend $500,000 if we don't get the easement from the property.
So that's not necessarily true. So I want to be clear.
That
So the
was
question was
implied.
asked to me, what would be the cost if the property owner, and the property owner has never given any intention that they would ask this. It was asked of me if the property owner decided that they didn't want our drainage going through their property, what would be the cost to the town to relocate that drainage? Because we need to have that drainage. And that cost to relocate that drainage would be about little over $500,000 on a very, very, very preliminary estimation. I mean, you're talking incredibly preliminary. We're not talking about understanding what potential structures that maybe have conflict with in 101 or any other utility conflicts. The value of the easement, when it was developed by the assessor's office, as we have developed the value of easements for every easement that comes before the town council, the value of the easement is developed by the assessor's office by calculating the square footage, converting that to acreage, and applying the value of excess land acreage value. That's how the value of this was determined. The value of the purple, of the drainage easement, because that is actually a conveyance to the town, that was not included in that, because it would have actually offset this. It would have, the cost to the developer, the red the cost for the calculation for the access easement would have been then decreased by the subsequent compensation that we're receiving by getting a drainage easement. We didn't net that. We just took straight, just the access easement, just the red access easement calculation, and that was the value assigned to that calculation. And again, use the exact same calculation that we have done with every easement that comes before the town council in determining what that value is. It's the same calculation that we've been doing all this time. That's how that calculation was determined.
But my point is, when this was brought up and the citizens were questioning the value, whatever calculations we came up with, the point was, well, we're getting a deal because it would cost us $500,000. That's not true. That's not true. So the value of that property is not based on moving the whatever's in there for an easement that we would need.
No.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
but it
The
was
value.
strongly implied when you said that it could cost us $500,000 to move the drainage. That was implied, and maybe I'm wrong, but that was implied that was the reason for the cost, or a suitable alternative for the cost of that easement.
The reason why I brought that up, Mr. Whitehead, was because someone had said that the value of the easement should be valued by what the value is to the developer. How much of a benefit having that easement is to the developer. And the reason why I brought up what I did was because the town having the drainage easement is of value to the town. Because if we had to move it, how much it would cost us to move it. Whereas, not saying, I in no way implied that the easement is worth $500,000 in any way, shape, or form. We have a calculation that the assessor's office does on easements that's based off square footage, period. Doesn't matter what the value is for a certain entity who's getting the easement, how much it makes their project more viable. The value is based off of square footage, period.
I understand that, but what my point I guess I'm trying to make is, if that drainage is passing through the potential easement that wants to grant there is no need for us to receive an easement for that.
So you would still have to grant an access easement. So there are two different types of easements. The red is really granting the developer the access. And so they would still have to request, and I understand what you're talking about, that kind of little sliver right there where their drainage likely goes underneath where the red access easement is, I think. Am I correct in what you're talking about, that piece?
It's an active drain line going through an easement that they're requesting.
Right.
There is no reason for us or supposedly a benefit for the town for that easement. I understand that we need an easement for that, but the point is, there's no nominal value for that.
Councilmember,
And it shouldn't be calculated into, whatever we did for calculations, that 500,000 should be even taken into consideration.
Oh, it wasn't.
And it's
It wasn't.
not. It's not it wasn't considered in the calculation of the 3,900.
No.
So Councilman White, I could maybe provide some clarification. So drainage currently comes from Owen Bell Park, southwest through our subject property. All of our drainage is actually collected on site. We have stormwater quality basins. We are providing attenuation to reduce stormwater flows. And then we are also draining towards Route 101. So we actually aren't draining any stormwater through the park. We're simply memorializing and codifying and giving the town, perpetual legal rights to continue to drain through the property.
I fully understand that. My point was not that. My point was that there was a value assessed to that easement, when there shouldn't be a value assessed to that easement.
Yeah, I think it's just as, oftentimes, there may be someone who's discharging stormwater on another person's property, and if they don't have, rights established, that property owner can prevent that continued flow. So I think, you know, again, my client has no intention to do that, but I think the point was, if the property owner was to say, I don't want the town draining through here anymore, and they were to clog that up and create, you know, flooding issues upstream in the park, the town would have to expend funds to reroute that drainage on property that they own and control.
So you can stop an active drainage.
Yes.
Yes, if you don't have an
If it's not protected under a legal easement, that, I mean, that would be a civil dispute, but yes.
So I have a question.
So then, I mean, why would we grant the easement?
The applicant is trying to grant that to the town so that those rights are maintained in perpetuity, and there's no ability for the current property owner or future property owners to ever do that to the town.
Still, you're putting a value
We
are
actually
in-
did
Yeah.
nothing as far as, there was no
Yeah.
value put on the drainage easement whatsoever.
When we first started the discussion, we talked about X amount of dollars for the easement, and we should be happy because it would cost us, if we had to move it would cost us $500,000. So there's a lot of implications there, in my opinion.
The only thing I meant when I stated the 500,000 was when someone said that the easement should be valued differently based on what the benefit is to the developer for having the easement. I was not stating the easement is worth $500,000. I basically was trying to make the point that we don't base the easement on what the benefit is. We base the easement on the square footage. That was all I was trying to do, with make that point, because the person who had just spoke had brought up the value of the easement is higher because it's a big benefit for the developer. That isn't how an easement is valued. It's valued off square footage. I just made that $500,000 statement because to show that we're not basing it off of what the value is, what the perceived value is. We're basing it off of square footage, which is the way the charter says to do it.
I just, to me, it seemed like it was perceived that we're giving them a deal, or this is a low amount,
No.
but the
No.
town is actually benefiting
No.
$500,000 if
Nope.
we had to move that. I mean, that's what.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm done.
So to Andy and Ed's point, that this easement, like you're saying, the 500,000 to me never should have been brought up, because that does imply that there's a potential for us to have to put that money out there. So if this is a pre-existing drainage that's been there for God knows how long, wouldn't that be grandfathered in?
No, it's not.
They're allowing us.
Legally, it is not.
He's allowing us to do it. Do we need a point of order so the public can keep speaking and then we
Because
speak? Or,
I think the point of contention here was saying, you know, the town could potentially cost us $500,000 when that's not even on the table.
The
So I
reason-
think that was a problem.
The reason I had that conversation with the town manager was because I was trying to look forward. If this easement doesn't pass and the developer doesn't develop this, and another property, someone else comes and buys this property, and they decide, nope, this drainage is in our way to do what we want to do here, they're not looking for an easement behind it. They have no reason to grant the town an easement. They could then tell us, you can't drain through here anymore. I wanted to know, looking forward, if that was the scenario, what we would be looking at. I wasn't looking by any means, as there was never any indication from this developer that they had that intent. I was just thinking forward to, okay, if this easement doesn't come through and they're not going to build this property and someone else comes in to put something else in there, they don't need an access easement on the backside, that whatever they're putting in there, they can use right off 101. What could happen then? I'm just trying to think forward and protect the town's interests and plan, basically forward thinking, to think what could happen down the road if this easement tonight doesn't pass. And that's why I had the conversation with the town manager, as far as to figure out, okay, well, what is plan B if XYZ happens? Rather than if this easement fails tonight and then it does end up, another developer comes in and buys it, then all of a sudden we're caught with, oh, well, all right, now what do we do?
Well, I was gonna speak, but the gentleman here asked for 30 seconds of my 5 minutes, so I'm gonna give it to him.
Okay, I'll be very quick. I'm Charles Sperlin at 86 Knox Avenue. You should check with council first to see if you have prescriptive rights to that water line, because you probably do. But you should check with council first. This should be tabled because you don't have enough legal information. And of course, the other problem is if this pipe continues down to the Quantabog River, you're already making statements against the town's pecuniary interest, because you're saying that the other people down where the pipe travels, if it does, I don't know, can now hold the town up also, because you're stating they do not have, we do not have the right to travel down there. So be very careful, and council should be able to give you the information necessary to determine if your town has to worry about hundreds of thousands of dollars from these statements tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I good? Okay, Chris Horn, at 613 Providence Pike over in South Killingly. I've been in Killingly for 50-plus years. I'm not at all against development, economic development, bringing in jobs, making the place more beneficial to everybody, not only citizens of the town, but surrounding towns. You know, if we can come up with businesses that draw them in, kudos to us as a town. But I have a couple of questions for the developer. And that is, and I really can't read these because they're just too darn small for my eyesight, but your picture map here shows 5 businesses. Does the developer right now today have 5 businesses under contract that if this goes through, they will move in and be there?
Yes. And I stated those at the beginning of the meeting.
What's that?
Yes, and I stated the tenants at the beginning of the meeting. I'm happy to
Well, I
answer
know
them
you
again.
stated tenants, but what I want to know is, are they under legal obligation and contract to you as the developer that if this happens, they will be there?
The developer is in, I'm not sure if leases are executed, but the developer has signed letters of intent and is negotiating, and if not executed leases with the
Okay.
5 tenants I mentioned.
So you don't have legal guarantee, I mean, letters of intent, I know what that means.
The developer certainly wouldn't move forward with a business like this on spec. Speculative developments like this no longer happen based on interest rates, construction costs, everything else. The five tenants I mentioned earlier this evening all intend to come to Killingly and all intend to serve the community here.
Okay, but the bottom line is, as it was mentioned previously, and I don't remember exactly who, but right across the street, there are numerous storefronts that have no tenant. As a town, as the council that is trying to develop and improve the situation, it doesn't seem to me to make sense to even entertain the thought of having a new developer come in literally within a stone's throw of an empty storefront. Where's the logic in that? I don't get it. The other thing that I would like to know is, has the developer actually legally bought this land yet?
The developer has a contract to purchase the land, has not closed on the property yet. That's contingent upon zoning approvals.
Okay, so then, my last question to you is, this meeting is for the driving easement, not the drainage easement, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that my understanding? I just want to make sure that you guys were talking about different things, okay. So, as far as the developer is concerned, is this easement a deal breaker? Can this go in without that easement?
No. Access to the traffic signal at Town Farm Road and Route 101 is imperative for the success of this type of development.
So that puts a whole different light on the intention of the town council. I mean, I understand that they're trying to bring in, businesses and develop the town and make things better, which I'm all for. And I mean, I think it'd be great if these businesses could come in. But straight out, I'm absolutely opposed to the easement for traffic the way I hear it proposed here tonight. It makes no sense. I think that,
You have 1 minute left.
thank you, I think that the safety of the people that live on that road, the citizens that use that park, and not just those two groups of people, but a ton of people move through that road and that intersection, going to the Commons, going who knows wherever they're going. It's a safety issue. I mean, it's just a safety issue that, as far as I'm concerned, is too great. I would throw out a wild idea. He's just stated that this land has not been purchased by the developer yet. If this doesn't go through, why doesn't the town council expand our park? There's some great land there. Make it bigger, make it better. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Excuse me if I may say something real quick.
You already had your 5 minutes, ma'am.
I've already said 5. You know what you folks
You have to come up to the microphone, state your name and address. And who was it that gave them? Okay, thank you.
I just figured out what you great folks of Killingly have in this park. And the only thing that came to my mind is Norman Rockwell. You have the Norman Rockwell of all gems of Owen Bell Park. It's the most beautiful park, and I love visiting it. I'm so hoping I will continue. Norman Rockwell. That's what it is.
Hi, Deb Burlingame, 7 Wyndham Landing. Just a couple little things. I'm just going to be quick. I am in support of this project. I've looked at the photos extensively. I've been looking at all of the comments on Facebook the last few days, listening to both sides and hearing everything. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like everybody has concerns over safety for the children, and secondly, they have concerns over the traffic going on Town Farm Road. So as far as the safety, it looks like the developer did a really great job addressing all of those issues.
If anyone in the audience acts up, I'm going to have you removed.
So I can see that they made an effort and put a connection with a sidewalk going from the parking lot to the development. They also put in several crosswalks. And then there's a lot of buffers off to the side, making it easy for children, pedestrians to access that if they choose to and they don't want to cross Hartford Pike to go to McDonald's, which looks like there's a lot more traffic. Secondly, as far as Town Farm Road, I work at the Bell Park office across the street. So I sit at that intersection every day, multiple times a day. When it's busy, I'll sit there. If it's not too busy, a lot of us just take the left-hand turn out of the other exit. I think it's wise to have 3 access points, because if you think about it, when the park is busy entering and exiting, people can now have more access through the development. They don't just have to go through Town Farm Road. Keep that in mind. And when people are leaving, they don't just have to leave now through Town Farm Road. They can go get a coffee after or get a burger, and they can exit out. If they're heading west, they can exit out that lot. So that's actually going to relieve congestion. That's what I see. That's what it looks like. And basically that third, if you're going to go left and it's busy, you need that access. So you can't go left when it's busy without using Town Farm Road. So it looks like it works all the way around as far logically when you're looking at it. And for those that say that Town Farm Road, it's going to be really busy, well, if you're already saying it's already busy, then what's the difference? It's already a nightmare. So my question is, what's the difference? So now there's no trucks.
More traffic.
So now that you actually have 2 more egresses, that should help relieve the present congestion that you're already voicing your concern about. So it looks like a win-win to me at every angle. I'm just applying common sense here. That's what it looks like. So again, when you look at it, if you think about the congestion and you say that it's already congested, now that you have these other two egresses when people are heading west, then people that are leaving the park after an event and want to head west, now they don't have to use Town Farm Road. That can be really for the people who want to head east. So now everybody else can go through this other egress over here if they want to go west. Does that make sense?
It does.
And maybe if you can point out on the map and show them with your finger where people would be going so they can see.
There's only one way to enter, and that's through Town Farm Road, which is already.
That's not
No.
true. There's also
No.
that right where his cursor is. You can go in the
told
park
you,
that way
if you're
too.
in the audience, wait for your time at the podium.
So people can go in the park through Town Farm Road, and they can go in the park through the new development. There's now two ways to the park. Yes, you can go where his cursor is right there.
I'll bet you buy coffee and go to the park.
Right here is
No, it doesn't say that only people going to the businesses can use that entrance. That's a public entrance. People can go into the business, or they can go in through Town Farm Road to the park. So now you have two entrances to the park.
So that means we don't need to have the traffic diverted onto Town.
The traffic, it was explained several times that the traffic needs to come, you need that extra egress out of Town Farm Road if you're heading east onto Hartford Pike. Does that make sense?
I understand
Okay.
what you're saying, but it's extremely difficult to pull. I am going to say one last time, anyone sitting in the audience, wait for your turn at the microphone. Everyone who's already spoken has been allowed to speak without being interrupted from other people in the audience.
She asked a question.
I'm
I'm just saying, she asked a question to him. That's why I'm saying that. She said, does that make sense? They were having some dialogue. That's all.
I'm saying you as a plural, not you as an individual. Okay, so a lot of people had their time to speak, and a lot of my time has been taken up by people commenting also. So everyone's entitled to their own opinion, everyone's entitled to their own interpretations, but I think, there's been a lot of effort put into this, a lot of explaining into this project. And so, I'm looking at it, and to me, I'm looking at it from all perspectives, and to me, it looks like a win-win. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Blanchett. I live at 85 Sunset Drive. I'm a Killingly Town resident, have been for a very, very long time. The way you're behaving is rude, and it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate to behave that way. Everyone else got up here and was able to speak and went way over time, and no one heckled them that felt differently than you. I bring my grandson to that park. I keep him right next to me. I realize that there are some concerns there, but I keep a watchful eye on my grandson. And that's what everyone should be doing. That is a developed area, it's commercial. And if you're going to visit that area, you need to keep that in mind. I am for this development, whether you agree or not. I am. I think it would be a nice addition, it'd be a nice enhancement to be able to go to the park and be able to go over there and get a coffee or a sandwich. I understand your concerns, but I believe that all the safety features that need to be in place are in place. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but I do agree with the expressions of the lady before me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. My name is James Weiss, 514 Hartford Pike. So I've grown up here for 50 years, and I've seen a lot of development take place. Some good, some not so good. This looks great on paper, nice pretty pictures. It's not for this piece. To cram 5 units in there with a drive-through when we already have a traffic situation going on in the main route just is mind-blowing. We would be eliminating open space. We're giving it away. At that price, I'd like to get an easement to my backyard so I don't have to go back on 101. So, you know, this is a life-changing decision because what is going to take place here is going to affect us forever. And what we're looking at is just a gross overdevelopment of this piece of property. And to put 5 units in there with a drive-through, I think is irresponsible. They're looking at it from a profit aspect, and the town should take into consideration what's going on throughout the other areas when we have all this vacant real estate. It would just be a bad decision to let this go through. I have so many other things to say, but this whole crowd has said it all. I think that you see the disapprovement, and I would hope that you would honor the residents' choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Chen, 63 Waterman Street. Live in Killingley 39 years. I'm on EDC committee too, you know, so I have a question to ask, you know, engineer. I say that without the, you know, so easement, is it the drive-through can be, you know, they put it in?
I mean, the easement is integral to the success of the center in itself, just because.
No, I mean that without this approval, is it that, you know, say drive-through, you know, say Starbucks drive-through can be put in?
The success of the project is dependent upon the ability to access the light at at Town Farm Road.
Okay.
To allow vehicles exiting onto 101 to be able to take a left to go east towards the highway.
Okay, so you need the you know the easement to complete the project.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why I'm here as to try to say that, you know, say the assessment or selling value $3,900 is too low. We assess, you know, for the, you know, in the past for acreage, you know, say not from the location. Location is a premium. So when they need is the location is that you ask it, you know, the market price. So that is, you know, say one thing is I disagree with the, you know, this project for the pricing. We should put the, you know, so that's you know, say that kind of, you know, so income, whatever is a change way to go back to the open space or park and recreation project for the better future in our kid, you know, in the park. So secondly, is say that, you know, so if you have a 3 restaurant in the same shopping center, remember that early morning traffic is a, you know, say Starbucks. If you go to, you know, say West Main Street in Norwich, from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, there will be 20 cars out of the, you know, traffic light. So that is, I gotta agree somebody who say earlier, you know, say about the traffic light. So that's one thing is say you gotta be caution on that. Noontime is a lunch hour. Everybody eat lunch at the similar 2 hour. So that it would be, you know, there too many in a restaurant in one day. I have a 30-year operation in restaurant business. Nobody come with different time except that that's a lunch and dinner time. Except that you have a takeout, you know, so that's a different time, you know. My question is say that, you know, say seems to me in your, you know, the layout is not sufficient, you know, parking spot. Unless they're walking from Cossett Street from another park, you know, so from another, you know, shopping center from Bigger Dozen, you know, I mean from you know, the Dunkin' Donut, you know, go to the Starbucks. So that's another one thing. To long term, I say that, you know, I remember on the EDC committee, in the last one is a Maple Street. They terminated Maple Street, you know, say drive-through with a car wash. If everybody remember that, you know, say that is the last drive-through with the, you know, say Julie City Saving Bank. So that's approved that. This is should not have a drive-through. So, or there's a project I'm not against it, deferment. I would say that, say do, small size and maybe just only sub-bar or drive through in and out from the 101. Instead that, say maybe emergency exit for the fire truck, they go through the park. So that's an, option. But for the, say, question mark, they say that, $3,900, say deal is not a deal, so almost a giveaway. And also it say that, I remember the former, one that's a town councilor, as they talk about it, it say the land lease for the hotel. If we really desperately for the money, let's do the land lease for the hotel. That's a couple $100,000 a year for land lease. I'm the realtor on my side job. Thank you all.
Thank you. I would like to say, if anyone wants to see a change in the way the land is appraised or valued at for an easement, the way to do it would be through a charter revision change. So next time there's a charter revision committee, because it's based in the charter and that's the way we're doing this valuation, that will be the time to do it.
The value is what's listed in the charter is listed as the town manager's assessment of the value.
Yeah.
We have consistently applied the same methodology in valuing easements. So it's previous town managers, Benway, all of them we've applied the same methodology in valuing an easement, whether it's a drainage easement, an access easement. We have applied the same valuation. So it's not articulated in the charter that that is how an easement is valued. But we have always applied the same methodology in valuing easements. So that way, they're all treated the same. There's no speculation as to whether or not we're treating one differently than another. So there's no added liability and risk to the town of you're perceiving one differently than another. So we've treated the calculation value of an easement the same in all of them. So it's the calculation process is not listed in the charter. It is but that is
voting by the value.
the threshold of how it is voted on is done with it, that is specified within the charter. But the actual calculation of how we determine the value, we use a consistent method and have for years, for decades, used the same valuation in treating that. So that way not one isn't treated differently than another.
Thank you.
I got one more question. So we can't, to that gentleman that just spoke, we can't consider this as we can't move forward like a land lease. That's impossible?
Nothing's impossible. The town council can consider anything, and I can bring it back to our legal counsel.
Thank you. And Miss, I believe you had already given your time up to someone else.
I gave 24.8 seconds to someone else. I think I still have about 4 minutes of my time. So I didn't give actually 5 minutes. I do want to say something. Is that allowed, Mr. Chairman?
State your name and address for the record.
Julia Reveles, 14 Town Farm Road. I'm speaking more to the town council over here, the people who actually know what it's like to live here. Sorry, no mean to you. I just want to say, listen to the community. We elected you all, every single one of you, maybe not me, but some others, to do what's right here. And most of us are giving you pushback. We understand most of us are for new businesses in our area. We understand that. But this is something that a lot of us are against. And if you don't know yet, or you maybe have questions, or you don't have enough information, as we could kind of see with some of the questions earlier, to make an educated decision tonight, just table it. There's no need to vote on it right today, maybe to make more money sooner. However, there's no need to vote on it right now. And if you table it, you give our community more time to speak than just this time allotted in this meeting today. Like I said, we're just counting on you to do what's right for us, the community, more than a lot of us are here to speak to you tonight. Out of our time, I know most of us have been sitting here for 2 hours trying to see what decision you'll make dependent on what we believe in. So please validate us like we're human and validate our concerns. A lot of us have some concerns that are warranted here with this, a lot of questions, a lot of unknowns, and I think you guys have the same. So if you really don't know what's going on and you have concerns, don't vote tonight. Table it. Give us time. Give the community, people who aren't able to make it tonight, give them time to talk to you about what we believe in. Like we said, we elected you to do what's right, so please don't disappoint me or anybody else who's here, or anybody else who lives in Killingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
to your point before, when you said that if the community has questions, obviously a lot of people have questions, so I don't know if you were leaning towards tabling this or we still have to continue through, but it seems like there's a lot of questions that could be answered with in a not a more timely fashion, but maybe a broader fashion with a better presentation than a 5-minute presentation by the developer. Just a thought.
Good evening. My name is Claudette Rogers from 294 Putnam Pike, Dayville, and I am here tonight because I love to celebrate Killingly. I was there Saturday with the conservation group, and we set up tent right where that little white car is above the easement, and the volunteers from the high school walked people's dogs in that grass area underneath some large trees that have grown there for years in that area that will be taken out with this easement, along with the safety of our children. I drive a big vehicle, and I know the blind sides of the big vehicle. My son has gotten hit by a vehicle by crossing between two large vehicles, leaving KIS years ago. Yes, we concerned with there's traffic when large vehicles are lined up at the traffic. I pleaded with my teenage unfrontal lobe developed son, please use the crosswalk on your way to Owenbell. Please, I've seen the kids cross between the buses and almost get hit by cars. My pleas went nowhere. My son got hit. My nephew got hit by a car because they were crossing between two large vehicles and the car coming the other way did not see them. Furthermore, I was part of the St. John's Lutheran Church in Brooklyn. And St. John's Lutheran Church had a driveway across from the new Walmart in Brooklyn at the time. And when Walmart wanted to use a light, even though they didn't need our driveway, they needed access. They gave us a large chunk of change for access to Walmart from our church, to use the same light. They had to buy us out to put a traffic light up at that intersection. Now there's a development there. They go in and out, and yes, a light is an asset to any development. Large vehicles are a safety hazard to children. Me, as a conservationist, am concerned about you guys taking land from our park and not used for something good like the ag department or the open space or something like that would add to it when we do have so many vacant properties in town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment?
I have a question. Town Charter, Section 1008. Last sentence says, all purchases and sales, regardless of value, shall require town meeting approval. What's the interpretation of that? Thank you.
I don't believe this is a sale of property.
No, it's not a sale. We are not selling the property. We are granting an easement. There is a difference between the two.
I'd like a legal interpretation of that, please.
It actually says in section 1008, except that any easements in which the town manager determines to be less than $5,000 in value shall be authorized and approved by the town council and not require town meeting approval. So the sentence right before that speaks specifically to easements that have a value less than $5,000. So I did check with the town attorney prior to this the town council going through this process to verify what the process needed to be and confirm, based on the value that was assigned to this easement by the assessors, that what the process needed to be. The town attorney did confirm that the town council was required to hold a public hearing, and that the town council would be the body taking action on the item, based on our charter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can clarify a couple things for folks here, and first off, I do want to thank you for being here for 2.5 hours. I don't think I've gotten people to sit here for 2.5 hours for a lot of things. So, and it's appreciated that you all came out tonight, because it is important to hear what you guys say. I know, I feel, I will say, I feel like some of you feel like we've already made up our mind on yes or no. As I even sent out an email today to a few people who had emailed me, my decision isn't made until my vote's cast, which means sitting here listening to all of you helps with that decision process. When it comes down to the town charter, when you mentioned charter revisions, how often does that happen?
It's every 10 years, but my understanding is a council can call for it sooner.
Okay. So when's the next one up?
We did one three years ago. The vote on the questions was in 2000, and actually longer than that. 2019 was when we voted on the questions, so the charter revision would have been 2018.
All right. So, first off, folks, if you want a charter revision and you want to see it sooner, feel free to let us know. I have no problem. Call me, text me, email me, smoke signals. Well, maybe not smoke signals. Fire marshal might have an issue with that. But, feel free to reach out to any one of us, because that's how we know things, first off. The other thing, and heaven forgive me, I've been up since 4 a.m. there, and I'm sure some of you have been up for just as long, if not longer. The vote last month to bring this forward to a public hearing, that was not our endorsement or non-endorsement of this easement. That was our ability to give you the ability to be here tonight. I just want that to be very well clarified, that had we voted no against that, I think that this whole thing would have been dead. Well, there's nothing that ever dies in government, let's be honest. But you wouldn't have the opportunity to sit here and say yes or no. And I think that would have robbed you the ability of your voice, and I think that's wrong. So I'm more than happy to talk to anybody. Feel free to reach out if I don't answer you. As one gentleman has said, I work emergency services too, so I might be with a patient. But be patient, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. And I feel the same way that the other 8 counselors here feel the same way. Feel free to reach out to any one of us. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. I just did have one question, because something was brought up as far as trees getting cut down. I was actually out there walking the property tonight. How many trees would actually have to get cut down between the easement and the skate park? Because from what I'm looking at, I don't think there are any trees up until basically where the sidewalk is, going from the easement up into the skate park.
I believe there may be one tree kind of immediately behind where Jewett City Savings Bank is.
That one
that may be impacted by the driveway.
I thought that one was on Jewett City's Savings Bank's property.
I think it might be right on the line, but to your point, there is not wholesale tree removal being proposed as part of this driveway construction.
Thank you.
And if I may, just to address a couple other the comments that were raised, there's been a lot of discussion about other vacant spaces in town and across the street. What we're proposing is a street retail facility that is consistent with all current design standards, prototypical requirements from these tenants, and what happens in new construction. The reality is a lot of these tenants, in order for them to fully serve a community, they need to meet certain specifications, and a lot of the spaces that exist across the street don't meet those specifications. I'll point out that there is a Dunkin' Donuts across the street with the drive-through, and I would imagine if I'm traveling eastbound on this road, I'm probably taking a right to grab a coffee and continuing to the highway rather than turning left. So that tends to happen with retail and operations and driver patterns and things like that. So the, you know, what's being proposed is what's needed to entice these tenants to come to the community. And I do believe that these are good positive, would be good positive contributions to the community. You know, there was concern about, you know, queuing from Starbucks. Starbucks drive-through operations, obviously there's been an evolution over the years on how these function. And these types of facilities evolve based on the new apps that come out, order by phone. One of the components that they build into all their prototypes now is walk-up windows where you can actually go grab your order without actually entering the store. There are dedicated spots identified for those mobile pickup orders. So the analysis and the drive-through operations has been incorporated into all of their prototypical designs, into this site design, and we can assure you that there wouldn't be an issue or a potential for queuing to extend all the way to the signal or even through the park access. And we've done enough of these, and we've seen the evolution of these to state with certain relative certainty that wouldn't be an issue. You know, we understand that the concern about traffic and safety, and we've been very focused and diligent on providing and designing for that. We've incorporated stop signs. We've incorporated additional striping and signage to ensure that. And then as a point that I wanted to make again regarding the traffic implications here, we're talking about in the morning and the afternoon, 1 car every 2 minutes would utilize this driveway. Think about that from a realistic standpoint on what that impact does. You know, we've done countless studies. In addition to being a professional engineer, I also hold designation as a professional traffic operations engineer, which is a specific designation for people who conduct traffic studies. And I've done those my entire career. We've worked with DOTs exhaustively on projects similar to this and much larger and more traffic generators. The operation of that signal, the existing signal at Town Farm Road and the Route 101, it can accommodate these vehicles. We've looked at that, we've studied that, and that's also not only being reviewed as part of the planning and zoning process, but it's also being reviewed by the Department of Transportation. As we have to come in and get permits for our driveways on Route 101, they're very focused in ensuring that what we're proposing won't have an adverse impact. And again, we've looked at those concerns. It's our obligation to ensure that what we propose doesn't have that adverse impact. And we've looked at safety. We've worked extensively with the parks, with planning and zoning, and you know, we believe that this is an appropriate use, an appropriate application for this, and we think that it would be a great addition to the community.
Thank you. Mr. Grandelsky.
Well, I guess I waited long enough. Let's get to the language in the easement itself. Looking on Article 5.01. I don't know if everybody has that. Maintenance, repair, and replacement generally. Now, I don't know where these words came from, but I have a big problem with them. Each property owner shall be responsible for and have the obligation at such property owner's sole cost and expense to maintain, repair, and replace their respective property. I don't want to deal with each property owner. I want to deal with you.
That's all you are dealing with.
Well, no, wait, why does it say each
Because you have to look at the definition for property owner. And it says right there, the next sentence says, CPD shall be responsible for and have the obligation at CPD's sole cost and expense to maintain, repair, and replace the portion of the town's property burdened by the CPD easements and the facilities located therein, so as to keep the same in good condition and repair, including snow removal, except to the extent as such maintenance, repairs, or replacements are necessitated by the negligence or willful misconduct of the town or the town's guests. So we are only entering into an agreement with the developer. We are not having to deal with their individual tenants.
Well, I'm not comfortable with that, so it doesn't matter. But then it's also, because we're giving an easement, the town is still the property owner. When push comes to shove, and there is litigation, the town is still there. There's no way, unless we sold this property, to get completely out of any litigation. And I don't want to get any more litigation. I don't want any more exposure. You know, this is absolutely ridiculous. Looking at the driveway, the existing driveway, we have limited traffic going into Owen Bell Park. Of course, there's a crosswalk there. And the few people who do use it, but if you're parking in the upper parking lot, you don't have to use the crosswalk because there's no road extended. You could walk over to the skate park or whatever else. So again, from the town's standpoint, this is a major safety issue that we are opening ourselves up to more than what we have now, to the benefit of a commercial establishment. Comments the other day at Planning and Zoning were brought up. What about a sidewalk in front along the development? It was, oh no, we can't do that. We can't do this, we can't do that. What kid in their right mind, as one of the persons was saying here, her kid got hit somewhere. If he is on this side at the Bell Park, the little small area, and they want to go there, they're not going to go to the crosswalk, walk up the sidewalk to the back of the right-of-way, along the right-of-way. They're going to zip right across Route 101. Where is there the sidewalk there to take care of that? There is so much missing. So we're only supposed to be talking about the right-of-way today, but there's so much else missing on this. I cannot support this right-of-way. I mean, there's so many other things. It's just absolutely, I can't believe that this is even coming forward to us. You know, we have the Plan of Conservation and Development. We're supposed to protect our open space, our recreational areas. We're selling it off and we're paving it. Now, we have a problem at Owen Bell Park. There's insufficient parking. How many square foot of asphalt are we throwing in there? How many parking spaces is that worth? We need that. Our constables are out there during the fireworks and whatnot. People were parked all over the place, Town Farm Road and whatnot. We need more parking. We're giving this away for $3,900 for an easement. You know, we're selling ourselves short. What else is there? The same thing now, we're gonna have a sewer connection. Now, with this proposal, but we have a sewer line that goes, a sewer lateral that goes to KCS. It is a sewer lateral. Now, a number of years ago, Cole's development on 101, just around the corner, there's another development behind it. And they had an easement through Cole's to put an extension of the sewer line in. Well, because it was not owned by the town, they could not develop that. So that's the same type of thing here, that if this is not a major sewer line, we shouldn't be tying into it. It should be tying into the main line on 101.
It is a major sewer line.
Well,
It's a sewer main.
Well,
That came from the engineering department. They've already reviewed it. That is a sewer main,
Well,
and it is allowed to be connected in there.
But then again, that's another issue where they're going out the back where they maybe should go in out the front. So that's more exposure that they don't need to do. But if they have the easement, they can do whatever they want. But I mean, we need more parking, and we're selling this off for a developer who is overdeveloping a particular site that they have right now. I don't know. This is a sad state of affairs for us.
Kurt Schmidt again, 19 Town Farm Road. I want to just let everybody know that the parking around the new development that they're going to put in there has 66, 65 parking spaces. If you look at the park, as you see the parking lot up there, I don't know how many there are, but I don't think there's 66 in that large area of the park where people come in. They have plenty of room. There's a lot less danger for safety because they have that room for cars to move around. If you bring all these people around, like let's say it's a Starbucks, let's say it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're crazy if we don't think there's going to be a mess of cars coming up through the Town Farm Road or the entrance to the Town Farm Road, up your easement area, and it's going to be packed around Starbucks, I would think, because it's very, very popular. That's going to be an issue again. As you see, I don't know if you can point out right now, if somebody can, where Town Farm Road is. Thank you. Just to the right of your little light there is the entrance to the Berkshire Bank on the right-hand side. That's it. A little further up, there's an entrance on the right-hand side that goes to the medical center and Remax around the corner. Now, the medical center, whenever they have an emergency as far as ambulances, they don't go out to the 101. They come down into the Town Farm Road so they can take a left across traffic and then get on the 395 to go to the hospital. The firehouse, which is down 101, about half a mile down the road from this development, they must come through this area 3 times a day, 3-4 times a day, and sometime more. What I'm driving at is that intersection. If you were coming from 395 and you knew you were going to go into that development, and at the same time you've got an emptying of the parking lot at Owen Bell Park, coming down that same road to take a right to come out where you're only going to stack 3 cars before you have to block up that traffic. You get people that want to turn in, that want to go there, they're going to jam that intersection up. Something terrible. I mean, I can see that. Now, how did the state of Connecticut, did you said you went through the DOT?
We are going through a process with the DOT now, yes.
I want to clarify that. DOT doesn't look at this development until planning and zoning approves it. Maybe they can have some talks, but DOT does not take any action on it.
Well, I would...
Until planning, like, you were at the planning and zoning meeting the other night, and it said DOT looks at it after planning and zoning. So this is before planning and zoning.
Okay.
So, I mean, all this stuff with DOT, it's fine. Maybe they're having some discussions, but the final, we have to approve, the town of Killenly has to approve the whole project before it goes to DOT for approval. So there's a lot of missing stuff here. I just want to throw that out.
Just to clarify, the DOT won't act and issue an encroachment permit until the town has approved the project, but we have submitted to them and we have had discussions with them about this project.
Okay, that's about all I got to say about this. I just wanted to bring that up about the parking. We don't have 60 parking spaces, what you see up there with all that property, and they got 66 around that little development.
There's well over 100 parking spaces at Owen Bell Park.
Mm-hmm. The upper parking lot alone is about 80.
That parking lot right there?
Yes.
Yes.
There's over 100?
I can count
Yes.
them. I can count them from here.
Yes.
Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak?
Procedural question. So now we're going to, if everybody's done, we'll close the hearing and then we speak, Jason?
We close the hearing and then we start the regular town council meeting.
But we'll have a chance to speak as counselors?
When it comes up on the agenda.
Okay.
Name and address?
Hi, Matt Hill, 590 Valley Road. First, I'll apologize for speaking out in the back. I'm in a union, so normally there's a guy at the mic and then there's someone yelling in the back. So, my mistake. But my family and I moved here about a year ago, myself and my kids. It's been about a year now, and I chose Killingley because it's a small town. If I wanted this, I would have gone to Hartford. And I just want to, there's an appeal and a value of a small town, and I think it can be argued that it's an even bigger value than this. And it's what we still have here and what we hold on to, and there is no cash value for that. And I'd like everyone to please, everyone that you all represent us here, I'd like you to all bear that in mind. As a taxpayer, I came here for a reason, and it was not for that. Anyone that wants it, there's plenty of places to go. And you're gonna have a store 30 seconds everywhere you point a stick. I don't need it. I'm willing to make the commute to the next town over, but I'm not interested in seeing this, especially when it bogs down everything for the kids. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? You've already exceeded your 5 minutes, sir. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak?
This is also the historic district, and in fact, they're gonna bring it up as well. And I was already told, remove your sign that says historic district. It's not mine, it's the town's sign. And we're trying to preserve this.
Last call for public comment. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet?
Okay, and if you wanna know something more about what's really happening, I'll tell you.
All right, seeing no more comment, the public hearing is closed. At this time, we'll call order the regular town council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and it is currently 9:45 p.m.
Can we make a motion to move the other thing to the agenda? To skip ahead, Jason? Yes,
We
thank
could.
you. Can we, is anybody in favor of making a motion to jump 14A?
So the motion is to move 14A up after item 1 on the agenda. So are you
I'll make that
making?
motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Grandelsky, seconded by Ms. Barclay. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Item 14A. Consideration and action on a proposed ordinance to authorize the conveyance of an access and utility easement to CPD Killingley LLC at 580 Hartford Pike. Can I get a motion to adopt this?
Make a motion. I make that motion.
Motion has been made by Ms. Murphy. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Cottula. At this time, we'll open up for discussion.
So I heard a lot of people speak today. I really appreciate everybody coming out. I really appreciate the council. I really appreciate Mary. I appreciate the engineer, all the work you've done on this. How I feel is very pleased tonight, like the process has worked. This is how it's supposed to work. Mary gives us her best thinking. We put it out there. The town tells us what they want, and then we tell Mary this is what the town wants. So to me, the process has worked. I just appreciate everyone in the room. There doesn't need to be any hostility, anybody against everybody. I feel like, from my personal opinion, is the people have spoken. They don't want this. I apologize to Mary and to the engineer on my behalf for all the work that they have done. I can't support this after this past week, everybody coming to me and hearing everybody tonight. I wanted to say a little bit on the charter revision, to just keep in mind that's a double-edged sword. If we were to do a charter revision saying the town has to vote on everything, sometimes we're at a vote and only 5 people show up, and there's a lot of money on the line. So this is what you want. You don't necessarily want, okay, we're going to change it so every single time the whole town votes. What you want is to show up and tell us what you want. Otherwise, that's a double-edged sword. You could really get some things that you didn't want when just 5 people showed up. So I'll just throw that out there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to reiterate what Michelle said. I'm happy to see everybody come out and speak, and I wish this happened every time. We were elected to vote on the voice of the public, and that's what I'm going to do. I see that everybody's against the easement, and I was voted to represent my people of the town, and so I'm also against it.
Thank you.
I'll say a few things. So one misconception I see in a lot of these meetings, very happy to see everybody here, but as Michelle stated, people sometimes come in here and automatically assume we have our minds made up. Some of us do. I usually do because I do my own research. I get feedback from the public. I definitely watch Winnie and see where the tone is. But I will say most of the time when people come in and they think we've already got an opinion, they're wrong. Like a lot of us have had conversations with the public and we have voiced the same concerns you have before this happened. It's great to see all these people here though, and we understand where your concerns are, and honestly we have the same concerns, many of us. The main objective for me, whenever we look at a project, is to look at, is it going to benefit the majority of the community across the board? Is it safe? Does it address issues we're already having? There are things in the works and that we've seen recently that we've gotten pushback on that I have just gone with what I believe in, because I don't see a safety concern. I see it's economically wise to go in that direction. And I have listened to pushback, but I've still stuck to my convictions and done what I always do. And this is no different than that. It's nice to see everybody here. I will address one comment. I respect absolutely everything everyone said tonight, and you're all entitled to your opinion. But when someone gets up and attacks an entire industry and calls trucking unsafe, that's just irresponsible. And to imply that the truck drivers that are delivering in Killingly are unsafe to kids is just really ignorant, and I'm going to put it out there because I'm from a 4th generation transportation family, and 85% of your goods in this country come through transport, one way or another. So I'll leave that alone. I wanted to go on record with that because that was really unfair to say about people in general. That was just wrong, and I took it personal. The other thing I want to say is at Celebrate Killingly this weekend, most of our conversations, people that came up and talked to us, and I don't see any of them here, but I had more conversations about this topic than the Wreaths Across America that I was representing. So bravo to everyone in this community for standing up and voicing their opinions. And I'd like to see crowds like this at every meeting. So, thank you.
Be careful what you ask for. They could be very long meetings.
It's our job.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming. As it was said, we don't come in here with our mindset on what way we're going to vote one way or another. We do a lot of research. I've talked to a lot of people about this over the past about 3 weeks. And as my conversation went with the town manager, I was trying to think 3 steps down the road. If this doesn't go through and somebody else buys it, what could happen? I was trying to weigh the pros and cons of this. as far as the safety for our kids. Because the one thing I saw, which I thought this may help eliminate some of, but on the other side, what is it going to cause on the backside? I was actually at that light one day, and I watched some kids running across out of Killenly Commons, running over to Owen Bell Park. They didn't have a crosswalk. The crosswalk wasn't lit up for them to walk. There was a tractor trailer stopped to pull into Killenly Commons, and they were running across, and somebody had the light to go straight, and they almost got hit. When I saw this, that was one thing that really came back to mind, because I thought, because I do see a lot of kids coming across with McDonald's bags running back to the park, and I thought something on this side of the street may prevent something from happening where the kids are running across with food from McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts. It gives them an opportunity to stay on this side of 101. But the trade-off is then, what is the chance of an accident happening on that easement? And that, you can't predict. You just can't predict. I think the one thing I did think about is I thought about the speed of the traffic on 101 as opposed to what the speed of the traffic would be in the easement. Situation like that, if someone's traveling 40 miles an hour on 101, it takes a lot longer to stop than it does if someone's traveling 10 to 15 miles an hour inside the easement. I tried to look at this from every side, as I always do. The one piece that really stood out to me, though, was Starbucks. The amount of times I'm in Norwich, driving up Route 82, West Main Street in Norwich, and see the traffic that is out of Starbucks parking lot, out of, I believe it's Mahan Drive or Mahan Road, and then onto 82, it's a daily occurrence. And if Starbucks wasn't coming in here and it was something else, I probably wouldn't have that level of concern over the traffic backing up that much. Because of the fact I see how long the backup is. And I just pictured that happening here. Granted, you do have a little bit more length in the road from basically going from where 101 goes on to Town Farm Road. You do have more room for cars to park, but it's still congestion there. If people are trying to get in and out of the park and you've got people backed up for Starbucks, I can definitely see that being a concern. And when I came in here tonight, my mind was not set one way or another. I had done what research I could. Talk to as many people as I could, and I will say that all the comments tonight have definitely swayed my decision.
I just wanted to say one more thing, and that this is a technicality type thing. So when you talked about the trucks going in and out, did you look at different not trying to be funny, but different sizes of trucks? Did you look at, say, a sleeper with a 53-footer versus a twin axle with like a 48, or did you look at all those variations?
We did. We look at the largest possible design truck. We also look at emergency service vehicles and fire trucks and those as well. And we run all those turning templates to ensure that the site's geometrically designed to accommodate all of them.
And with that being said, not every truck driver is of the same caliber, okay? And I'm gonna say that with full confidence. So you have somebody coming off of 395 turning into, so a tractor trailer coming in to deliver. Their schedules don't always stay where they're supposed to. There could be times where the owner can say, full conviction, I will not accept deliveries between this hour and this hour. Something happens at production where the trailer they don't get loaded on time. They run out of buns at Big Guys or Five Guys, whatever the hell the name of it is. Sorry, I'm pretty heated about this. And he's coming in during the day because they said, okay, we'll make an exception. And then he gets stuck because of the traffic, because of traffic on 101, trying to pull into the parking lot during a busy time. Now you got traffic coming in through the easement the back way. What are you going to do if a tractor trailer, okay, and I've seen it, it's not like once in a while, gets stuck making a turn and he's got to back up and there's a pole here and there's a tree here and there's a car here. How much of a danger are you looking at if you have a tractor trailer stuck coming in and out of there and nobody can get around him for, say, 20 minutes.
We looked
It
at.
happens. I've been there.
I appreciate that, and that's part of what we take into account for these new facilities, right? I think that can certainly happen at some older facilities that may not have been designed to current standards or may not have had all the technology that we have now to run templates and those truck simulations. But it's something that we have to consider now, and we do design for it. And that can be accommodated coming through the driveway off 101 and then navigating around the building.
So 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the buses are getting out of school. They're already coming down by 4Gs. The bus traffic is crazy. So you got 395 coming in and out. I've seen trucks get stuck at Killingly Commons at the four-way going down to Lowe's, and he gets stuck because there's cars in his way and he can't make the turn. And it backs everything up. So all I'm saying is we have to consider every possible scenario, and I just don't see this working smoothly.
Question for you, and forgive me, I forgot your name, to be honest.
It's Kevin.
Kevin would remember. Sorry, Kevin. So has the developer looked at any other parcels possibly in town?
I believe they have, based on, market. I believe they have. They've considered other opportunities, based on market factors, available properties, tenant interest. These tenants want to be in close proximity to Killingly Commons. They don't want to be in Killingly Commons, or they would pursue those spaces. They want to be close to 395, and this opportunity is one that's a bird in the hand. If this can't move forward, if the council feels strongly, this likely won't move forward, and these tenants won't likely come to the community until something else might be found and a different developer is able to maybe assemble a deal and do it. It is not easy going right now for these types of projects. As I mentioned before, nothing is being done on spec. With interest rates going where they are and construction prices going where they are, it's very difficult to put projects like this together. And I mentioned this before. I work in a lot of communities, and it's very. There are only certain operators who are looking to do investments in new stores. There are only few people who are looking to make this type of economic investment in communities. This somewhat was a perfect storm if this can be navigated. But without it, I'm not sure these properties see this kind of investment. I'm not sure what the property owners will do. I'm not sure who would take the properties if it can't support a project like this. They may continue to stay in its current state for quite some time. Property owner may plug up the pipe. I don't know. This is again, we felt that this was a very positive, and we still do believe this is a very positive development opportunity for the community. But we understand what you have to consider.
And I appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate the amount of work that you've put in, your company's put in, that the town manager and the town itself has put into all of this. One thing, as I mentioned, I've worked in emergency services now for the last 12 years. We think when you start working for that long, as Mr. Goodrow's been doing this for far longer than I have. I think he's been doing it longer than I've been alive. We consider a lot of things there for safety purposes, and I can tell you the 11 years I was on KB Ambulance, we did respond to a lot of accidents, unfortunately, in that area. And I will address one comment to the ambulance exiting the medical facility. They usually enter in off of 101, but they, generally speaking, do exit from Town Farm Road. At least that's what they were doing. They might have changed things since I left. I highly doubt it. Usually we try to go with the flow of traffic. But the for me, the biggest issue comes down to exactly what everybody else has said, and it's safety. You know, I want to make sure that the kids are safe, and I would have liked to see the traffic study personally. That was one thing that I was thinking about today, how we haven't seen that. And to me, that's almost a deal breaker not to see that and get that information right away. And especially for, again, all of you folks here, I think that would have answered some of the questions too you all had too. And once more, again, I just want to thank everybody for sticking it out now. It's been 3 hours. You guys are rock stars, whether you agreed or disagreed. I do appreciate every single comment. And again, we do need to be respectful, whether we have differing opinions. You know, because I definitely see where people who have agreed with this, I see the merit in what they're saying. I really do. Last month, I was in that same camp, but after talking with a few people and talking with many of our first responders here in town, I'm unfortunately in a different camp now, because I do agree with what the biggest thing is safety, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Any more comments?
Mr. Chair? Saturday, when we had the Celebrate Killingly, if we had that, there's no way we would have that there. That would kill that kind of a function. You couldn't have that kind of project with that roadway bisecting it. That is a roadway. It should be treated as such, and if we do anything, we should sell it as a roadway, then the developer would own it, everything. Now there's a tweaky, you know, that's what I was saying, this verbiage in this easement, yeah, it tries to put everything on the developer, but because it's an easement and the town owns the property, we're the final ka-ching. If something goes on, that's it, we're on the hook for whatever liability goes on. Should these guys go belly up? I don't know if there's any language in here that talks about how that would happen. Because we're still on the hook, but they have it to forever and ever. But we need your support. We needed everybody to come out. And in the last 3 weeks, it's been great. A lot of people I talked to ran into me, and there was a lot of interaction, and everybody I talked to said, "You got to come to this meeting tonight. You got to express the opinion of what you think is going on," and I appreciate that. A lot of times I wish we had more. There's no one in the audience when we're here, so I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. And it's difficult going up right over there. That's a difficult place to be, and I appreciate all the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Seeing no discussion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
No. No. Abstains? The motion fails. We'll now move on in the agenda. Next item up is item 2. Mr. Wood, if you could. Okay.
You want to take a recess?
Yeah. Actually, I will entertain a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion has been made by Mr.
Aye.
Cottula, seconded by Mr. Grandelski. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? This meeting is going into recess. It is 10:07 p.m. and we will be coming back at 10:12. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
She did.
This is Jason Anderson, Chairman of the Killenly Town Council, and we are reconvening this meeting. It is 10:15 p.m. I will ask everyone to please sit down in the audience or sit down in their seats.
Let's see what happens at the historic.
Moving on in the agenda, next item up is 2. Mr. Wood, if you could.
Heavenly Father, we have clearly had a very spirited meeting already, and we are grateful for the citizens and for the heart that you've given each and every person who lives in this town and owns businesses and does business and has some kind of investment in this town. You've given them a heart for Killingley. We are grateful that you have just really moved this conversation in a way that you saw fit, first and foremost. Whether some agree or some don't, we believe that you and you alone make these decisions and allow for those decisions to be made by those you've put in place to serve the community. We pray that you continue to guide us and direct us in the conversation and in the decisions that are made. We pray this in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For roll call purposes, all council members were in attendance. Ms. Wakefield had to step out. Moving on the agenda, and I have to grab my revised agenda. Next up is item 5, adoption of minutes of previous meetings. 5A, special town council meeting August 1st, 2023. 5B, regular town council meeting August 8th, 2023. Can I get a motion to adopt these?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made by Mr. Kurtula, seconded by Mr. Wood. Discussion, corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain, I wasn't here.
One abstention was Mr. Grandelski. Item passes. We'll move on to the agenda. Next up is item 6, presentation proclamations, declarations. 6A, proclamation honoring Officer Michael Zemefsky with Medal for Life Saving. This is a proclamation honoring Officer Michael Zemefsky, Town of Killenly Police Department, Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Medal for Life Saving. Whereas Killenly Police Officer Michael Zemefsky has been awarded the Medal for Life Saving for the State of Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, and whereas on February 7th, 2021, Killenly Officer Michael Zemefsky, sorry, I'm going to butcher that one, and assisting Trooper Fantoli perform advanced life-saving measures on a Killenly resident until EMS arrived. Due to these advanced life-saving measures performed by Killenly Officer Michael Zemefsky and Trooper Fantoli, the victim was transported to a local medical facility where she survived. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Killenly that Michael Zemefsky be publicly recognized for his exemplary service, dedication, perseverance, and the well-earned distinction and respect he receives from the residents of the Town of Killenly, and be it further proclaimed that he be commended for his devotion to the community of Killenly, Connecticut. Killenly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman, dated at Killenly, Connecticut. This 8th day of August 2023 is when this was signed. On behalf of the council, I do want to thank you for your service to this community. I know it's not an easy profession, having a sister who served as a police officer for 28 years. A lot of times it could be a thankless job. And I do completely understand that. And just want to thank you on behalf of the town and behalf of the council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget that. Can I help?
Yes.
You want me to stab him? I've already done it. I'm not hired him, I stab him.
Just gonna be 10% smarter, Jason. I think it needs to go deeper. It's okay, you stab him, he has cuffs on.
Next item up is item 6B, proclamation recognizing the month of September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, the week of September 10th, 2023 is National Suicide Prevention Week, and it is intended to promote awareness of suicide prevention resources available to our community. The goal is to learn how to help those around us to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. If you or someone you know is in an emergency, call a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-TALK, 8255, or call 911 immediately. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect everyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background, and according to the CDC, each year more than 48,000 people die by suicide, with an average of 132 suicides daily. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for people 10 to 34 years of age, the fourth leading cause for people 35 to 54 years of age, and the eighth leading cause among people 55 to 64 years of age. And whereas each and every suicide directly impacts a minimum of 100 additional people, including family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members. And whereas the benefits of preventing and overcoming mental health challenges, suicide attempts and loss, and substance abuse are significant and valuable to individuals, families, and our community at large, it is essential that we educate our community about suicide and mental health. And whereas we encourage all residents to take the time to inquire about the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors regularly, and to genuinely convey their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, handshake, or hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Killenly Town Council, does hereby declare the month of September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Killenly Town Council, Jason Anderson, Chairman, dated at Killenly, Connecticut, this 12th day of September 2023. Next item up on the agenda is unfinished business for town meeting action, which we have none. Moving on, next item is citizen statement and petition. Ms. Colorio, we had one submitted, I believe, that
We
wasn't
had-
related to the public hearing item.
Correct. We had one submitted, Ben Chase, 122 Lake Road, submitted public comment requesting traffic enforcement or traffic calming devices on Lake Road, and also to get an update on the general ledger transparency software. That was the only public comment submitted via email or the regular town council agenda. And all public comment or the regular town meeting, as well as the public hearings, are all available online and had been distributed to the town council members.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak? Now is the time for public comment. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll move on in the agenda. Next item up is 9, council and staff comments. Mr.
Well,
Grandelsky.
in regard to the traffic on Lake Road, it was interesting today, right around the corner on Upper Maple Street, I happen to be waiting for the plains guy to fix the stove, and I'm out in the driveway, and the train comes by, and it's blocking the intersection of, the light is activated at the Frito-Lay crossing. And people went through it. I don't know if you can, I don't know how often we have people there, but it's been many occasions where they just totally disregard that light. Maybe the light, I don't know if we can do something to make the light go away, because if the train is blocking the crossing at Frito-Lay, I don't know how we could, if we had maybe a turning lane, something that we could keep traffic moving through there, because it just stops everything, but the trucks, even the trucks barely, maybe the guy put on his breath, 3 of the trucks were hauling asphalt out, and it's like, I looked over, that they tapped on their brakes but didn't even stop, just right through. So I don't know where to, but,
I can take a look at that.
just.
Living on Lake Road, I do know that the traffic up there definitely does not, the majority of it does not abide by the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and that was evident when NTE did their traffic study, and the average speed was 41 right before the S-turn.
It is,
And it's, there's been near misses, and I know Mr. Chase actually got hit by somebody trying to pass him while he was turning in his driveway.
Well, that was even at the Frito-Lay crossing, if I'm heading south, I'm waiting for the light, and they're passing, they're just zipping, so I don't know how we.
Yeah.
But then again, that can happen other places in town, so, like Mary was saying before, some places we look at it, but there's no place to pull somebody over, the road is narrow. So how do we just park a car there?
Well, that's something that I try and work with our law enforcement division on, how to safely manage those situations. We do have 2 of the 2 solar speed limit indication lights that, we have rolled out, and, we used it on Maple Street
Right.
last year. We try and, keep them in locations for a certain period of time. So, we'll look at moving them in other locations. We have put one of them was out on Cook Hill, which did help provide some calming on that. It does assist in providing us that infrastructure does give us some feedback as to
Right.
times of day, speeds, that type of stuff. So they can do some more focused enforcement, and that is helpful. But I can, you know, I work with our law enforcement division on where's best. So I will bring this comment to them and say, you know, look to see what potentially for enforcement can be done to try and help, you know, make some corrective actions there. And then he also had indicated, you know, whether or not we want to look at traffic calming devices like rumble strips in the middle of the road, center line rumble strips, things like that. Those are, there's different things you can do for traffic calming devices, and that's something I would look, you know, I'll have a conversation with Matt Doobie, our highway director, on, you know, what are there potential traffic calming installations that we can put in that, you know, can potentially help bring down the speed of what some of the travelers are. But again, you know, people that are driving, you know, it is incumbent on the driver to be to obey the speed limit and obey the, you know, conditions of the road as well. So, you know, many people are in a great hurry to get where they're going. And we have to take a step back sometimes and just know that speeding to get there doesn't necessarily get us there safely or necessarily even quicker. But we can look at those components to try and see what we can do and what the cost implications might be, especially around some of those traffic calming installations like rumble strips or any, you know, other traffic calming measures.
But that light with the flashing light and the speed, that slows people down. I like that. I mean, Matt busted my chops when he put it up by the Lake Tavern when it first was up there. And he says, you don't go too, and I didn't catch it because I saw him before I saw the sign. And whoa, you know, it does slow you down. You really think about it.
And now that the state's doing photo radar at construction sites, people are going to think a lot more about, they're going to think twice about going through it, whereas
However,
before
we
they
can
just
slow
blow
it
through them.
down, or
Yeah.
I've seen back a few years where they had a cruiser was parked just below off the State Avenue. They're coming over the crest, and you seen everybody jacking up on the brakes because they think it's, and even though the car was empty, but I don't know. We don't have that kind of unless we had a spare car, you know. But that I don't know, you know. But yeah, little. It's almost a no-win situation, but.
Yeah.
You also want to be cautious with using empty vehicles like that
Yeah,
because
I
people
don't
then
know.
become complacent when they see a police
no,
vehicle,
I
and then they
Well,
become non-responsive.
that's why I think the sign
So
is that
it's
sign
important to, if you're going to do enforcement, do enforcement. If you're going to put up a sign to, you know, initiate that cognizant approach, then that's what you do.
But I think that, that sign, now that's available, that the intent to slow them down. I don't know if we have to cite everybody, but if we get them to slow down, that's a plus.
I mean, as far as the rumble strips, the thing you got to be cognizant of too is, I feel bad for the people that live across from United Foods and those few houses there, because I can't tell you the amount of times where I'm on that road and I watch people go over the rumble strips at night, and I know how loud they are. And you got houses right there. I mean, that's something we'd have to think about if we're ever going to put in rumble strips, is what the impact would be on the residents right there if there's residents. Other possibility, like with Lake Road stop signs. I mean, you could throw stop signs at the S-turns that'll slow people down some in certain sections, but then.
I'd rather see buy another one of that speed limit sign and put that up and have Matt and company move it around, and it's, you know, it's not in the same place all the time, but whatever, something just to look into it.
Any more comments?
Where are we at with the general ledger?
I actually have that in my town manager's report.
Excellent. I can wait. Mr. Chairman, looking at the rest of the agenda here real quick and looking at the time we've spent so far, I know our council rules say 11. I know we're 25 minutes away from that, but I would be more than willing to make a motion to extend our time to 11:30. I think that would be more than adequate time, if necessary.
I would say let's get closer to 11 before we make that decision.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on in the agenda, we have no appointments for boards and commissions. We do not have a Board of Education liaison here, Borough Council liaison. Lynn, I apologize for how long this meeting has run.
So good evening from the borough. I would like to introduce to you your new liaison, be Christy Bransfield. He will be the one coming here. He just kind of wanted me to come with him tonight so he could get a good feel of what has to be done. So at our last meeting, we are going to go out to bid for an HVAC system for the firehouse. They went up to New York. The chassis for the truck was built in Florida, and then it was moved up to New York where we're actually doing the truck, and they decided to make some changes. So the engineering department there worked on that, and those are complete. We talked about the Reynolds Street project and the sidewalk. The town is going to do the sidewalk, and the borough reimburse them any expenses that there was for putting that new one in. We are working on a new logo for the borough, and we'll see how that comes out. We passed to suspend our tax suspense list. And we also voted to contract with Nomad Digital Consulting to help us get us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Michelle, our website is up. It took a while, but we got there. And I hope that you get a chance to look at the new doors on the firehouse. They're all, and originally, the original ones were white, but they opened up like French doors. But was all windows, so we can't use those now, but it's kind of going back to what originally was on the firehouse. And do you have any questions?
What is the website address?
I think it's just www.boroughDanielson.org.
And I noticed, I was in town here one day there, and it looks like your pole has been moved for the easement there, so the pole's all relocated for the...
On Academy Street?
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
there
the
was
truck.
2 of them that were moved.
So they can make the turn now to come out?
Yeah.
But it's not so good when you're trying to back out that driveway from the Historical Society.
No.
Can't win them all.
No.
Anything
And-
further?
For anybody that might be curious what their doors look like, South Killingly has the same exact doors.
Yeah.
I think the last one was actually finished today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Forward to seeing you next month.
Moving on the agenda, next item up, item 12A, discussion and acceptance of monthly budget report, summary report on general fund appropriations for town government. Can I get a motion to accept this?
So moved.
Motion has been made by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Barclay. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Item 12B, I did not have
There is none
Board
because
of Ed in the packet.
they didn't have, they still are, they're just meeting for the first time, so we won't get it. Your first one won't come to you until October.
If I had my glasses on, I would have read that. So we'll move on to item 13A, Town Manager's Report.
So the, one of the residents, near Old Killingley Pond, had asked for an update with regards to any conversations that Wish was having with regards to, donating their property, the dams, the collective dams to Connecticut Deep. So I did follow up again with, Wish to see, how they were with exploring that opportunity, or if there was an opportunity there. The last time we had spoken about that was back in 2020. And so he did indicate, so Mr. Khan is the, Harold Khan is the executive, if you will, of Wish. He's indicated that they've had conversations with Connecticut Deep, and Connecticut Deep is not interested in acquiring those dams. The Connecticut Deep indicated that they're struggling to maintain their existing infrastructure. They're not looking to expand having to maintain more infrastructure. So we did discuss other possible options, looking at, maybe a land trust or some other conservation type trust. They haven't really identified one that has expressed any interest. I did leave the communication channel open. So, if if we have a land trust that we identify that may be of interest, or that they have a conservation or land trust group that may be of interest, that somehow the town can help facilitate that conversation, we're more than willing to assist in that conversation going forward. So it was a very good conversation with them. They did also continue to provide some, continued update with regards to the Edie Prairie Reservoir. So that dam, the breaching of that dam that they were looking at doing with the application that they have for that to Connecticut Deep. Connecticut Deep is having them go through a number of additional application processes with it, as well as some public hearings around that process. So it sounds like that that final breaching of the Edie Prairie Reservoir Dam, they are not expecting to receive any final determination from Connecticut Deep until next construction cycle. So we'll continue to monitor the levels of that and how the breach is, impacting the levels, and if there's any concern or risk to the roadway. So we'll continue to monitor that. But we had a really good conversation. Wanted to bring to your attention we had our annual inspection with regards to the town hall elevator. The elevator's old. It passed inspection. It's functioning. It's usable. However, we did get some violations, largely around oil loss at the hydraulic cylinders and oil loss within that area at the cylinder head. So Cone is going to be doing some additional evaluations, and they will be presenting us with potential options for repair, replacement, and what that may look like. There is some concern around availability of parts for the age of the equipment that we have. So I don't know that we're going to rise to the level of having to move towards elevator replacement, but we've been talking about elevator replacement for 20 years in this town hall. So it will not surprise me if we come back to, we can do a patch now, but we really need to start considering replacing the elevator. So I do have our town engineer trying to, understand what the full scope of that is, and understanding those costs. So any potential cost evaluation, I'll be bringing that to the council's fiscal subcommittee for evaluation and determining what we need to do to proceed and move forward with before it comes to the council. The transparency software, so we've been under contract with ClearGov to provide that transparency software, and that will, and it has been delayed. We did delay that because we were trying to get through our auditing process, come up with the final audit numbers, and so we have a kickoff meeting scheduled on September 19th. That'll be the initial phase of implementation. So we'll be getting from them what exactly file formats and all that kind of stuff that they're going to need from us, and answering any of those configuration questions that we need to have. We're going to start by importing and testing all the fiscal year 2022 data because the audit is finalized. We know that those are final numbers. Those will get completed and uploaded into the system. Once that is tested, verified, we'll then begin the importing all of the 2023 data through to the current, right? So we'll get all the way through to current. ClearGov right now is anticipating about a 3-month implementation schedule, and that's on the conservative side. If we can get it done faster, we will. So Jen is at a conference this week. She'll be coming back on Thursday, Once we have that implementation, once we have that schedule, that kickoff meeting on the 19th, she'll be kicking that into higher gear. The Housing Authority, I incorporated a letter that we received from the Housing Authority that had so they submitted a letter, a request to the town council for the council to consider supporting them by doing some repair work on the parking lot and driveways for Maple Courts and Birchwood Terrace properties. I did have our highway director go out there and evaluate those, the parking lots and the driveways to really look at, what's the condition. And I had him look at it as, if they were our parking lots and our driveways, what would your recommendation be? Would you be recommending crack seal? Would you be recommending, mill and overlay? Like, what would you actually be recommending for those? Of note, we don't do our own crack filling and sealing. We contract that out. So I know in their letter, their intent was that the highway department would be able to go over there and do that. We don't perform that function on our own driveways and on our own roads. We contract that out. So that would be an expense to the town. But in evaluating those, Matt, we're going to sit down with Carol Green to really review what those findings were. But what he was finding was that they're a little too far past crack sealing. It would be nearly a waste to do a crack seal on them because in about a year or two, you really kind of just need to repave them. So we really want to have that conversation with the Housing Authority of, we don't want to spend good money to just have to rip it out in a very short period of time. If the town's going to make an investment, you kind of want to make the investment and move on. So we want to have that conversation with the Housing Authority. Separately, I know that just as a heads up, I expect that I'll be receiving an emergency ARP application from the Housing Authority with regards to their elevator. Their elevator has had a lot of challenges. I'm sure Ray can speak to that. It's had some challenges. So more recently, they've had some significant challenges with the elevator. And again, it's an older elevator, so they're running into part availability. So I expect that I'll be bringing that to the fiscal subcommittee for consideration, likely towards the end of this month. I did want to also just recognize that we had a ribbon cutting on September 1st. Homeschool Support Services is a drop-off pod. So just congratulating Teresa Lucas on opening that new location here in Killingly. So that's at 748 North Main Street. That's where the old ACES Defense location used to be. So she has a really great business that supports homeschooling students and parents and offers them educational support services. So really great opportunity there. And then we received notification from Eversource that they're going to be doing transmission line maintenance on replacing essentially wooden poles with steel structures along their transmission lines that go from Brooklyn to Pomfret. They'll be starting in October, running through December, and then they might be finishing up next construction cycle. They are right now saying that they expect to finish Killingly's section this fall. They will only be working within their easement. There's not going to be any impact to the roads or anything like that. These are the large transmission lines, so they're going to be kind of off the road, but you'll be starting to see some of those old wooden structures come down and the big steel structures go up, and that's just the general replacement of that. Any questions?
Have you heard any updates from AnyEdge about the data center?
I have nothing to share. I don't have anything to share on that.
Sure would.
How old is the town hall elevator? Just out of curiosity.
I believe the town hall elevator was installed in the 80s.
So 30, 40 years. Okay. I think we've gotten our usefulness out of it.
Yeah, may have been even just a little bit before the 80s that it went in. I know that I've seen plans for renovating the 3rd and 4th floor with an extension of the elevator as early as the early 90s. Which by the way, back then it was only $80,000.
$80,000 could buy you a lot back then.
Could.
And the other question I have with the Housing Authority, I know their budget is very limited, and what they receive is from folks who are also on extremely tight budgets. So if the town goes into repair or replace, is it possible for them to have a payment plan instead of just the full-on cost or anything like that, or would that just be?
So it would be up to the town. I mean, the town council could opt to maybe use some of the remaining undesignated ARP funds and not even pass a cost on to the housing authority.
Okay.
Versus making that, like with the borough of Danielson, we typically have we have an ongoing MOU with regards to replacement of sidewalks where they repay us in a short period of time for sidewalk work. But that could be a consideration that the council looks at some of maybe that undesignated ARP fund money that is still remaining for some of these purposes.
Fantastic. I look forward to fiscal sub.
Yeah, I would like to.
See what we can do.
Yeah, so I had gotten this one, and then I had also heard from several other emergency responses and our fire marshal with regards to the elevator, and I said they might want to consider putting something in for that, because that I know would be way outside of their scope.
Their budget is so tight. They don't get any of the grants.
So again, it would be for the council to consider, and again, you could utilize undesignated ARP funds for that. I don't have the number off the top of my head, and I'd have to go back through and recalculate, because I want to say we're probably around 1.8, but don't fully quote me on that. I will give you an update on that for your next meeting. Right, and we purposefully left, so the intent was that we would get through the bulk of the projects that had already been authorized, because when the ARP money was initially getting announced, the council had signaled that that there was a desire to potentially allocate some of that to offset the debt issuance for Westfield Avenue. And so we were waiting until the other projects were wrapping up, so we knew if there was remaining funds on those other projects, so the council could do one final authorization. And if you decide to do it to offset the community center cost, or if you decide to do additional benefiting projects, right? There's other projects that the town has had, right, that the town could look at. But you would have a more solid number rather than coming back with dribs and drabs of little pieces of ARP money to then have to decide how we're gonna reallocate those funds.
Right, and we have till 2024 to allocate and 2026 to spend.
December of 2024, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so we're plenty of time to make those decisions.
Yeah, I would like to see the ARP funds help the housing authority. I mean, like you said, they're on such a tight budget.
And they returned all of their funding because it was just too arduous and nitpicky of what they were being asked.
Yeah, they can't afford the consultants to review. It's a tough, I don't know, Mary Brown was helping them out a lot too, and,
She was.
but when she was helping out, Stafford or whatever else, so maybe if she's back a little bit, we can pursue other grant, but I think the ARP funds would, yeah, Westfield Avenue needs help too, but that's, it's open. I'm, you know, I'll keep a definite open mind on that.
Anything further? We'll move on in the agenda. Next item up is 14A, actually got moved, so next would be 15A, new business, consideration and action on a resolution to introduce and set the date of October 10, 2023 for a public hearing on an ordinance amending Chapter 11 to modify the notice provision of the alarm ordinance. Can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made by Mr. Curtulus, seconded by Ms. Murphy. Discussion. Or Ms. Clory, could you go over this?
Sure. So this item is just setting a public hearing for a potential revision to Chapter 11. And this has come before, I brought this to the Ordinance Subcommittee for review. The section that we're looking to modify is Section 11-77, the notification. And really, it's to recognize logistically how we really have the availability or how we can actually notify people. The current language has the alarm administrator, so town staff, or a responding police officer to notify the alarm user. One of the challenges is the town of Killingly, it's not just our officers that are responding, it is also state PD that responds. I can't guarantee that the state police officer is going to notify the alarm user that there was a false alarm that occurred, right? And so this notification section is about false alarms. So a false alarm is when somebody's security alarm system goes off and their alarm monitoring company reaches none of the key holders, right? Nobody has responded to that, so they dispatch police to respond to that alarm. And police go out to the facility or to the residents, and they, after searching the site, determined that there was no active intruder or no potential intruder trying to gain access to the site. So it was a false alarm. And that's really wasting law enforcement resources. Under our current code of ordinances, every alarm user is given 3 free. Per calendar year, you get 3 false alarms, no fines are associated with those. Once you get past 3, that's when there is a fine structure. And we feel that that's appropriate. By and large, we only really see properties that go into getting past that 3rd alarm in a calendar year being largely businesses or commercial properties. And what we have experienced here in Killingly for that is that it is either a commercial property that do you need to?
Okay, now I'll entertain, I'll make the motion that we extend the meeting till 11:30.
Motion has been made by Mr. Wood to extend the meeting for 30 minutes, seconded by Mr. Randelsky. Discussion?
Sorry to interrupt, Mary.
It's okay, I'm glad I saw that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
So what we see by and large is that those commercial properties, one, they are having faulty alarm systems, and there are times that the commercial property owner is not wanting to make the investment into the repairs of whatever it is to be able into the alarm system. We've also had where, and this has largely been commercial properties, they don't have any key holder even listed with their monitoring company. So there's nobody for the monitoring company to even get a hold of to say, your alarm's going off. And so it's automatically defaulting. to the police. And usually what's happening on those false alarms is it's the cleaning company that sets it off, or it's somebody that was leaving for the day and they, you know, whatever, jiggled they thought they, you know, said it, weren't sure if they said it, jiggled the handle or whatever, and lo and behold, the alarm goes off, but the person leaves because they don't realize they set the alarm off. And now we are dispatching law enforcement to sweep a property, because it's not like they just show up in the driveway and look at the building and go, oh, clearly nothing's going on here, right? They spend a long time, you know, and if they can gain access to the building, then they have to sweep the entire building. So if there's a window open, they now have to go into that window, and now they got to sweep an entire building, right? It is extensive. So the current language says that we are required to notify the alarm user after each false alarm. The challenge with that is that the state PD holds those records. They're the ones that dispatch everybody. They're the ones that hold the records. We get a monthly report. The town of Killingly gets a monthly report from the state PD at the end of the month. So the end of August, we got a report from state PD in, I think probably usually by the 5th of the month, 6th of the month, we get a report from them that says, here's all of your false alarms. Well, person may have had 2 or 3 false alarms in that 1 month. We can't necessarily notify them after every single one because we as the town don't even know, because it could have been a state trooper that was responding to it. It could have been one of our town constables that were responding to it. So we've reviewed this with our law enforcement, as well as with our legal. So the modification here is just to say that we will notify the alarm user in writing monthly of false alarms. So once a month, if you've got a false alarm, we're going to send you a letter that says you've had a false alarm, or you've had 4 false alarms. And that if the notification will include the notice of any fines imposed in accordance to the fine schedule. And the reason why we're telling them right up front that you're going to get that fine, if you get 4 in 1 month, one of them is going to have a fine attached to it. When a residence or a commercial property registers their security alarm system with the town, they get a copy of this ordinance. They also, at the bottom of the application, it says on there, there's fines, it says right on there that you're fines. So as a due diligence, it is really the onus of the property owner to maintain their alarm system and to maintain proper contacts for that alarm system. So if your alarm goes off, your alarm company has somebody appropriate to call to get to the scene or to respond, no, it's a false alarm, we're having a problem with whatever sensor, right? And then we're not exhausting law enforcement resources unnecessarily. They'll keep responding even if it is the 5th false alarm in the same day. They're going out. And that's just the reality of it. So that's the request for this, is really to just kind of better speak, change the language to better speak to the logistic reality of how we can actually notify people, and to really recognize that the onus is really on the property owner for making sure that they're not being excessive in their false alarms. I mean, we don't have a lot of residences. We have very, very, very few residences ever get to more than 3 false alarms in a single year. And I will say, even commercial properties, when we've had those that have had 10 false alarms in a month, and we send out that notice, I've had commercial properties there's an appeal process in here. They've filed an appeal and they've come into us, and they meet with me and I review with them and I ask them, what are you doing to change this? If it's a faulty alarm, how are you making the change? If they're changing it, if they're fixing it, we work with them, right? Because our position is not, just fine the crap out of people, right? We don't do that. But at the same time, these fines are in place because our law enforcement resources, whether it's state or whether it is our constables, they're being dedicated and absorbed every single time one of these calls happen.
Well, what is the time frame if they have their person go versus us sending law enforcement? Is there,
So sometimes it's just a matter of, so it depends on what the situation is. I mean, all that depends, right? I mean, an alarm company may call their key holder and the key holder may say, oh, you know what? I just left there 3 minutes ago. Let me run back to the building. And I know maybe I probably didn't push the door closed hard enough. And so they just go back to the building and yep, alarm company, here's my code, and yep, I didn't push the door hard enough. I'll reset the panel, right? That's how then it's not a false alarm, right? That's why whenever you set up a security alarm system, the first person to call is never 911. It's always a key holder. Your first call is always a key holder or one or two key holders before you get to 911. And so that's what happens. We have experienced where sometimes the property, the alarm system company, the monitoring system has no key holders on file. So every time that alarm goes off, 911, every time. And so that it's just, it's almost equivalent to, the fake 911 call and I hang up, you know what I mean? You're dedicating a huge amount of resources because again, they're not just showing up in the parking lot, looking at a building and going, oh, clearly this is a false alarm, right? They have to expend a fair amount of resources in that. Right. And, and it does become, we have had businesses that have had months, several months, because they've had known problems with their fire alarm system that they didn't want to invest the money in, and they were having 10, 12 false alarms in a given month. And law enforcement's out every single time. That gets draining.
it does, oh, no,
But they're not gonna stop because it's gonna be that, right? They will go out every time. They go out every time. And that's when, when we start seeing patterns like that, I'm calling those owners in. And sometimes we have to encourage that conversation to happen, but eventually we get there with them. But they need to be held accountable for that use of resource.
Did we make a motion yet?
Yes.
So this is a discussion?
Yes.
This is my very long-winded explanation, I'm sorry. You can move it if you want to.
All right. Any
I'll
further
shut up.
discussion?
I just want to say the ordinance subcommittee did vote to bring this forward and we approve.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the agenda. Next item up is...
Mr. Chair, I would like to move 15D, 16 and 17 up before 15D, 16 and 17 before 15C.
Oh, I'm looking at where's my revised one?
Here.
Revised, there we go. Yeah, it was right there. All right, so we're gonna move 15. We have no that's what threw me off. There's no 15B.
Oh, sorry.
was
I clearly didn't know how to
I'm
number
like-
this time around. My apologies.
Because I'm looking at the other one, I'm like,
I don't know.
where's D? And I'm like, okay, all right. So the revised one has A, C, and D. The original had A, B, C.
My apologies to that.
So what was your motion, Mr. Grandelsky, to move?
15D,
And
and 16 and 17 before 15C.
Okay.
Or would it be better to delay 15C to another time and then, whatever, Let's move, we gotta move.
When we table the balance till the next meeting.
I mean,
because,
that's a possibility too. I mean, that's, we
They're-
could, we could put this on a special meeting.
They are, but we've been, the town manager's review and evaluation, we should get that behind us.
But I got a feeling we start doing this and that may run us past 11:30, and I'm not. We, usually what we do is we usually make it retroactive. Thank you. My brain is fried.
So yeah, generally the review occurs and then the subsequent meeting is when the council would consider any potential increase. Quite honestly, I've received the evaluation. I'm okay if the council is okay with recognizing it in summary format even. I truly appreciate the feedback and all of that information. It's up to you guys how in-depth we, choose to go through that. If you want to table it for the special meeting, so be that.
Oh, that's an option, we can do it on the special meeting.
But whatever direction
Yeah.
you wish to take.
I make that motion.
Motion
move
to
it to the special meeting.
table the rest of the agenda to the special meeting?
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
That could work, sure. I like that. Does that include adjournment?
Yeah, we gotta stay here. All right, so there was a motion made by Mr. Whitehead to table the rest of the items on the agenda to the special town council meeting on October 3rd, I believe it is.
You can't see that.
Yes, I can. I can see that, but I can't see it in front of me. Motion was made by Mr. Whitehead. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Grandelsky. Discussion.
A quick discussion, I just want to clarify, so it's no financial hardship on you married to wait? That doesn't mean she doesn't need it right now.
And I want to clarify more so for the public, we're tabling items 15C, D, 16, and 17A.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Grandelsky to adjourn, second by Mr. Wood. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? This meeting is adjourned.